Yo,
Oh,
what's going on? How's it going, Grae?
all good, all good.
Yo, we didn't even start yet, and we got raided by Wicked. Yo, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Wicked.
we got
and
a
thank you
raid.
thank you so much for the saucy raid. Thank you, everyone hanging on the chat. Like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much. Hopefully everyone and what's going on? We just started Melodic Method with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Holy crap, man! All right, so first and foremost, I'm like a little bit under the weather. I have like a cold, so like if I sound like my voice is a lot deeper than usual, I don't usually sound this cool. All right, I usually do not sound this cool at all. I usually sound more gay. So, but yes, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Yeah, all good. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty productive actually for the weeks. I pretty much do my next video for my main channel, which is a miracle because today I just uploaded a video like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, because I opted to get Xenoblade. I bought Xenoblade 2.
Yeah, I
also.
saw. Was it because the AI generation of like Pyra, I mean Mithra, and you're like, okay, I need to get this game.
People were saying like because like the X's story is kind of like so people are saying like maybe you'd better appreciate it if you go with 1 or 2 or 3 first. Or no, sorry, maybe 1 or 2 first because it has the better story. Then you go for Xenoblade X. That's what people were saying. The hardcore Xenoblade players, and I got 2, because of Mithra, because her tits are huge.
Well, both Pyra and Mithra's boobs are like super big, right?
Yeah, super big.
Yeah, but all right. Hope you guys are doing well. Chat, shout out everyone, and we'll start like going through the chat and give everyone a shout out. But yo, before we move forward, like, share, subscribe to this channel, share this video with your friends, share this out so we will stop Asian hate eventually, unless you're like some lame weirdo from like these like lunatic states. But yes, we do have a guest. Let's go on. Welcome back, Ogami Goro.
What's up, everybody? What's up, chat? It's been so long since I've been here, and fuck, so much has happened. Whoops, I already swore. Yeah, you're demonetized. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's like within the first like 10 seconds, as long as you're not, you should be fine. You are fine.
So much has gone on. We're not going to be able to cover it in 6 hours, let alone whatever time we're here tonight. But it's nice to be back, finally.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and for those, you don't have a social media presence, right? I know some people actually ask you, it's like, hey, do you have an X? Do you have you're basically like a gray man. You don't have any social media presence.
Yeah, I'm a full-on pariah at this point. I guess I could get a social media presence now. It's a new MAGA world. It's X is in a whole new place. And we can talk about a little bit more, but the industry is kind of on its heels, and so I really don't have anything to fear anymore. It's not like I'm ever going to get hired again anyway. So I could, but I don't. I'm kind of busy trying to, keep my head above water. So that stuff will eventually happen. But yeah, it's just me. I just like to watch YouTube while I work, and of course I like listening to you guys and all our favorite social and media critics. Plenty of fun stuff to say and talk about.
All right. So, have you been up to date with like what's been happening with like Snow White or like Assassin's Creed Shadows or anything? I know me and Grae have, but like, have you been?
Yeah, I've been watching you guys. I've been watching our favorites, the Nerdrotics, the Geeks and Gamers, the Doomcocks, everybody. And so I let you guys watch it, so I don't have to. And I pretty much just goes the way you expect. I do think it's funny because all of us who kind of been paying attention to the stuff for years knew it was going to be a total trash fire. What I love to see is now the normies are noticing just how insufferable this chick is. Like, even my wife and her friends, who none of them are into anything that's nerdy, but and all of them, by the way, are kind of like modern women, so kind of quasi angry feminist, but not quite so angry, but still that vein. And they can't stand her. Like, all of them, like, God, what a spoiled little shit. Like, they all call her a little shit. And so the fact that the normies are noticing, like, yeah, we're not taking our nieces to see this stuff. Like, no way. This chick is awful. So I think it gives me a chuckle. Like, well, I've been here the whole time, and welcome to the party.
Yeah. So there's been a lot of news happening right now with Snow White. I've seen it, Grae have seen it, and it has gotten worse and worse. Grae, what have you heard about Snow White so far with this past week?
I think there's even more updates now that I'm not aware of. Like I know the latest one is like, because like some people told me about her. The director of Snow White apparently told her to went to her personally to shut
Producer's son.
Producer, yeah. Well, no, the
Producer's
producer
son.
told her, and then she mouthed off about the producer, and then the son was like, had some words about that.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
yes, I find it odd. Like, don't they doesn't like Disney have like authority to like force her to actually delete it? But I don't know. Maybe like the project was just so deep into it that they'd rather not do that. But anyway, yeah, I left a comment in your video segment. Feels like this has to be her final big show. I don't think Hollywood's gonna accommodate her anymore or give her any big projects if ever. Given her her behavior and the way she treats other people, not just the audience but also around people around Hollywood. Yeah, Steven Spielberg made a giant mistake or lapse of judgment when he put her in West Side Stories, because that's how she got into prominence, right? West Side Stories.
Well, I mean, she can sing. That's the one good thing anyone can say about her, is that she can sing.
Yeah.
So I will give Spielberg the benefit of the doubt and say this chick can sing, because she can. But I think she can go fuck off the Broadway if that's the case.
Yeah, I think she's just an awful person. She's just an awful like I mentioned this before on my own channel. If she did not say anything about anything and just been like Halle Bailey from like Little Mermaid, like she would have been fine.
Yeah,
like, people would just judge her for her skin, and that's about it, and saying how crappy Gal Gadot is, right? But she had to put into politics, talking shit about Trump supporters, and basically the whole Free Palestine thing, right? So yeah, let's go and talk about this stuff.
She's the Winged Liberty, you guys. She's the Winged Liberty. Oh, that was the one that all the normies came to me with. Like, did you know she said this? I'm like, yes. And they just looked at me in horror, like, you knew about this. I was like, yeah, she's the Winged Liberty.
Yeah.
People go line up for her in pieces.
Like, that is wild. All right, let's go ahead and talk about this article right over here. It comes to us from Cosmic Book News. Snow White bombs as Jason Statham's A Working Man explodes. Disney's Snow White is put to a permanent sleep in its second weekend at the box office. A new action-packed movie from Jason Statham, David Ayer, and Sylvester Stallone ruses audience awake with Working Man. So I believe there was a 67% drop.
Oh,
that is huge. Now,
that's huge. Yeah.
Remember, like maybe like about a month prior to this movie coming out, they were giving like box office estimates, saying that this movie is going to hit 100 million, and then the next week 90 million, and then 60 million. Oh, actually 50 million, and then it didn't even crack 50 million. I believe it got $42 million opening weekend. So this is absolutely abysmal. This is one of the worst I would say live action movies other than Mulan out there in terms of box office. This is really bad. What do you guys think about this?
You can go first, Grae.
Yeah, I would argue it's the worst. Even I know you said last week, Phil. It's like I think you think Mulan's worse because like your sentiments on Mulan with the original animated film. But as far as I know, the actress for the Mulan live action didn't say anything either. Or wait, she kind of did, but not as obnoxious and not as brazen as Zegler, shall we say. So at least there's that. Like it's pretty, she's more tame at least. Is that the right terminology, the way of saying it? Compared to, let's say, what Rachel's doing now. Like she's quadrupling down on shitting on people, making her look even worse and making Disney as a whole worse. So I don't know the financials. I don't know how much Mulan live action lost, but in terms of not just monetary, but also reputational damage, I think Zegler did and Snow White did more damage than the live action Mulan did. Yeah.
How do you feel, Ogami?
Well, I'm going to say the same thing I always say. we were told, we as in the toxic male audience, we were told that this wasn't for us. Zegler herself said she doesn't need our money. She said that, and they always say that this isn't made for you. This is not for us. The Working Man looks like it's made for me. That's a guy's movie. So, you know, one of the culture critics or the media critics that I listened to, he did make a point. You know, we're talking about Snow White. It's a movie made for girls. It's a girls' property. That's true. So why do we even need to go? And when they tell us to actively go away, we always say, sure, no problem. We just won't see it. The question is, so then now it's bombing, and now they would try to blame us for going away, but they told us to go away, but this wasn't made for us. It's made for who? It's made for 52% of the population. It's actually over half. I think it's actually over half of the population it was made for. They make 80% of the economic decisions in this country and society, and in the West in general. Women do this.
Yep.
They proved that with Barbie. They proved that with the existence of shopping malls. Shopping malls did not exist before 1980, like in the way that they exist, like we knew them up to 10 years ago. So if you have more people in your demographic and they spend more money in the demographic and your shit bombs, the question is not what's wrong with us. The question is, why didn't you reach the women? Where are the ladies? Where are you? Now, I'm not a lady and I don't really care. So that's not a question for me. Now, The Working Man, that's what I want to see. And that's what a lot of guys want to see. We're not going to see Snow White. We shouldn't have to go see Snow White. We're going to go see. So these aren't even, my point is, these aren't even competitors. These are not competing movies. Snow White did not lose audience to The Working Man. No. Okay. These are completely separate audiences. So, we all know the answer why Disney's failing. I don't think they get it yet. And I really don't think Rachel Zegler gets it yet. And frankly, it's just funny to watch them flounder. Now, the reason it's actually is important, because again, some of the critics I listen to are like, well, why do you care about a girl's film? It's like, okay, here's why we should care. This isn't like Mulan. This isn't like any of the Disney live actions that came before. Because Snow White is the movie that made Disney. It could have broken it. If Snow White did not succeed in 38?
I think, yeah, 38, 37.
That was the end of Disney. Disney pretty much went bankrupt. Disney, Walt and Roy pretty much went bankrupt making this movie. It was the first of its kind, a feature-length, animated, fully and beautifully animated film. Did not exist before this. This is the first one that built the entire industry. And you're going to fuck it up this bad. It's almost as bad as Wish. Remember when Wish came out and no one gave a shit?
I preferred Wish over this, at least. At least Wish was like, okay, you know, it is sort of bad, but it's like, you know, some parts are okay, but it's just, it's not good overall. But this one is just like, it's.
But they made the same mistake, is that Wish was supposed to be a celebration of 100 years of Disney. It was supposed to be the movie about where the magic came from. When You Wish Upon a Star, that was supposed to be the homage to what made Disney what it was, and it fell flat on its face because they didn't give a shit. They only cared about, we want to make yet another girl boss, strong, empowered woman of color, blah, 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 blah. No one gives a fuck. And again, we don't have to give a fuck. This is a girls' movie.
Yep.
But with Snow White, that's different. Snow White this is supposed to be, well, none of the live actions have been good, ever. But if there was one live action you either had to knock it out of the park with or just don't do, it had to be the first movie that built the company and built the industry in America. There would be no animation industry as we have it today if Snow White failed in 1937. So this is a huge fuck up on their part. And it's not about, well, this is a girls' movie. We guys don't have to see it. This is a culture thing. They fucked up royally on a cultural level. And they just don't see it. And Rachel Zegler is going to sit there and cry like a fake theater kid and say she's the winged victory. Well, guess what? No one's lining up to see your stupid ass at the loo. So we just can't wait for you to go away, really.
Yeah, it's the narcissistic like mentality that these young Zoomers have, is because they're so entitled with everything, is because it's all about the optics, right? If nobody actually cared, she had like no followers, no one would give a shit about what she said, then like she would not make any of these like dumb, I guess you would say theater, because she's a theater kid. So like no one would actually care. right? But let's go ahead and talk about the her being criticized right over here from Forbes. Why Snow White producer son criticized Rachel Zegler over social media actions. So, long story short,
what publication is this?
This is from Forbes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So long story short, Mark Platt, I believe, is basically the producer. The producer's son has a podcast, and it's talking like being Jewish. So automatically, this is already like bad look for her. And okay, like Ogami, we worked together before. We've been to E3 before. Remember when before we went to E3, they're like, "Hey, you represent the company. Don't say anything dumb. Don't do anything stupid and embarrass the company." Remember that? Rachel Zegler did not get the memo.
No.
Or she probably just threw the memo out and didn't care because she's entitled narcissistic bitch.
You used the right word, narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
To a narcissist, they are the star of the movie. Everything and everyone else are just supporting characters and extras.
Yep.
It describes her perfectly.
Yep. So let's see. The son of Snow White producer Mark Platt hosted a grievances this week over star Rachel Zegler's social media activity during the production of the film, only to soon delete them. Snow White, which also stars Gal Gadot as the evil queen, has been embroiled in one controversy after another for more than 3 years. In one of them, Zegler made pointed comments about how Disney's animated classic Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was dated and how it referred to the character of the prince as a stalker in a 2022 extra with extra TV. However, it was August 2024, posted on X, following a thank you note to all the followers watching the Snow White trailer that caused Disney to spring into action. After initial thank you to fans, Zegler followed up with another post that reads, "Always and remember, free Palestine." Look, I don't really care where you stand, when it comes to like Palestine, Israel, fucking Ukraine or Russia. I don't really care. But you should not do this so close to the release date of your movie, given the fact that you will alienate more than half your audience. Is because there are, like I mentioned, there are a lot, and even Dave Chappelle said there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood. You do not say this shit, man. All right, it's not like fucking Gal Gadot came out and fucking say "fuck River to the Sea," "fuck you," like she didn't say anything. Right?
Yep.
She's part of the IDF. She knows better not to say anything. You like just don't say anything. Keep those political shit. Don't say. But the thing is, she's an activist. She's also a narcissist as well. She has a shit ton of followers on Instagram, and that's the reason why I think one reason why people wanted her to be in West Side Story, right? Is because she has a lot of following. Let's get the young people into Hollywood activists and stuff like that. And now that Trump won, and she also demonized, half the United States, more than half the United States.
She
right?
said,
"No peace for people who vote, and no peace for Trump supporters and Trump himself." So you're already alienated half of it. And I talked about this on my own channel. Republicans and conservatives are the ones who have kids. Democrats, liberals, they don't have kids. So
statistically, that's absolutely true. Yes.
So if you're saying, Trump supporters no peace, most of those conservatives, MAGAs, or even Republicans voted for Trump. So you're saying don't come see the movie, right? It's because they're the one who have kids. This person said this about me. Oh, and I'm not gonna bring my kids to go watch this movie.
Oh, she fucked up even more than that, because you're talking as if this is 2016 and Trump won the electoral vote, but not the popular vote.
Yes.
So that was one thing that everyone we knew who was upset about it held over our heads. Well, what the hell is this electoral college anyway? Why, he didn't win they don't get to say that now. He won the popular vote by an overwhelming majority. So what that means is that a lot of normal people in the middle who normally would vote blue or red, you're not sure which way they went, he won all 7 swing states, which means the people in the middle, the normies, went his way. And all you got to do is look at the map of the popular vote, and it was just like almost all red except for like 50 counties. So when you say no peace, you're talking to not just half the audience, you're talking to the majority. And that includes not MAGA hat wearing conservatives. You're talking about regular people who also have kids, who might actually agree with you on a lot of stuff. Rachel, they might actually agree that women should be paid more. They might actually agree that we should have open borders. But it's just the things are getting so bad, they went the other way, and now you're telling them not to see your movie. This isn't 2016. You don't get to just say, oh, yeah, fuck half the audience. You're actually saying fuck 80% of the audience at this point.
Yeah, 100%. So it's going to continue right over here to see following Snow White's flat opening of 42.2 million at the domestic box office against the film's massive 270 million production budget. That's a lot, man. What was this? Grae, do you remember if this was? I think Little Mermaid was more, right? Wasn't Little Mermaid like 330? Like,
I think so. Yeah, but I really think these are understated given the reshoots.
yeah.
So I would think it's more. It costed more than Little Mermaid, as far as I can see.
So let's say this is the actual figure, okay? You know, I'm play devil's advocate and give this person the benefit of the doubt. This is the actual figure, $270 million. Let's say you need almost, 1.5 to almost 2 times the amount. So maybe you need like 500, 600 million just to break even. That's pretty fucking awful.
Yeah, they needed this to be $1 billion. They needed it.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Variety reported that Snow White producer Mark Platt flew to New York to meet with Zegler in an effort to take the post down, but she refused. The ex-post remains online to this day. Zegler wasn't done being outspoken, though. She also criticized President Donald Trump and his MAGA followers in a post-election post in November that read, "Fuck Donald Trump," and made Trump supporters and Trump himself never know peace. Although she later apologized to Variety, and we all know that was basically her PR saying that you need to put out this exact apology. Is because if you actually look at her initial post, all lowercase, and then the actual apology is correct pronunciation, not pronunciation, but correct punctuation, and like things are capitalized. So you know that is not her doing, which is actually her PR is doing that for her. Because like, oh shit, we need to fucking, stop this bitch from talking. And that's the reason why I think that the last several months, maybe like 2-3 months leading up to the movie, she was pretty whisper quiet online in terms of her activism. Right? You see, the trade publication said that that Platt once again took up the issues with Zegler. After a back and forth, she began working with social media guru paid for by Disney to vet any post before the film. I did not know that. I didn't know that actually happened. So she worked with a social media guru, so make sure they vet all of her posts before it goes out. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't. I think there's some stuff happening recently. Did she make a reaction to the box office performance? I haven't been seeing the latest videos about.
So there was a video of her basically crying. I'm not sure she was crying. She always looks like she's crying, but she basically recorded a video of her saying, out of all of the attacks on me, all of the people who hates me, people still came out to watch me, right? Because it was that one day, or that however long it was the #1 movie in the world. Remember, that weekend that Snow White came out, Snow White had no competition. Right? Now you have this week completely destroying, Snow White with a working man. So it's just insane. But the thing is that we know that they have a social media person, but this was actually, the fact that we actually see it in writing makes it really funny. Holy crap. So Jonah Platt's Instagram post says that Rachel Zegler's actions hurt the Snow White's box office. In the aftermath of Variety report, a social media user made a comment about Mark Platt's meeting with Rachel Zegler on Jonah Platt's Instagram page, which read, "Your dad flew to NYC to reprimand a young actress about this. Any words about on this? Because that's creepy as hell and uncalled for. People have the right to free speech. No shame on your father." So this is the thing where I mentioned earlier with Ogami saying that we represent the company. We represent people that we work for. So if you're going out to the public, wilding out, wearing, a badge saying that, hey, you work for this company, you're going to make that company look really bad. Especially the fact that she has such a big influence with social media. So Jonah Platt didn't take too kindly to the comment and slammed Rachel Zegler's actions in the Instagram post. Platt deleted the post, but not before other social media users were able to take a snap of it, and outlets like Hollywood Reporter were able to quote it. You really want to do this? Yeah, my dad, the producer of an enormous piece of a Disney IP with hundreds of millions of dollars online, had to leave his family to fly across the country to reprimand a 20-year-old employee for dragging her personal politics into the middle of promoting the movie, for which she signed a multi-million-dollar contract to get paid and do publicity for. Platt's hosts the Being Jewish podcast and is an actor whose credits include being the Ricardos and the Trolls, and I believe he also worked on Wicked. So how do you guys feel about it? Do you feel like Mark Platt is right here, that she flew across state to like reprimand her? Do you think, or do you think that this is like against her First Amendment rights?
I'm pretty. So was that long Instagram post deleted already, or is it still there?
I believe so. Let me see.
Yeah, Platt deleted the post. I'm pretty confused if it's deleted or it's.
According to what I heard, according to this, it's no longer there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has the right to, especially like, he has ties to the original source material. Of course, he wants to make it the best as it can be, given the circumstance, even though it's should have been another actress and so on and so forth, given all the issues of the movie we talked about before it came out. Yeah, I do like if your ancestors, like, or the people before you, were the ones responsible for this project that kind of shaped the world. You do want it for the next generation, or the modern day version, to be at least, at the very least, nearly as good. But because of Rachel Zegler and her politics, and she couldn't keep her mouth shut, it's very, very, very far off. And I get it. He has the right to be frustrated. And to answer Phil's question, no, I don't think any Zegler's rights to anything got violated in any way. So screw her.
What about you, Ogami?
I just think it's hilarious. These SJWs, and back in the day we used to call them SJWs before we called them wokies or lefties, but they're like quintessential wrestling heels. Now, I don't know if you ever watched pro wrestling, but the bad guys always use the rules as a weapon. They never followed the rules. They always broke the rules. But then when they started getting beat on, when they started getting the pressure, they would use the rules as a weapon. That's what she's doing here. They didn't give a fuck about First Amendment when Gina Carano got fired. They didn't give a shit about First Amendment when people were saying, well, wait, why do we need the vaccines to be mandatory? They didn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. If you ever bring up like any kind of crime statistic, they would, X before Twitter was X, they would actually ban you from the platform. So they didn't give a fuck about First Amendment when it suits them. But now all of a sudden that you're getting a little pushback, it's literally like the meme. It's the meme of the feminist chick with a shovel taking a pile of her shit, throwing it over the wall, the internet, and all these other shovels throw shit back at her, and she's like, I'm being oppressed. Mr. Platt here doesn't work for the government, although, there are some people who would say that because he's Jewish, he kind of owns the place. But from what I understand, I don't think he has any pull in putting her into any kind of camp because she said some stuff about Palestine. We're not talking about First Amendment. What I'm sure she means is that she has freedom of speech. And that's true. No one's going to arrest her for her opinion about Gal Gadot, or I'll call them the tribe, because I don't want you to get in too much trouble with the people who, like the meme says, own the place. But no one's going to jail over this. But that doesn't mean that when you work for a private company and that company needs a project to have good PR and good marketing, and you fuck it up, that you'll continue working with the company. One of the rights that is not a fundamental human rights is the right to a job. I know a lot of lefties think so. You don't actually have a right to a job. You don't have a right to someone else's money. So that is not, no rights were violated. She had a contract, just like he said, and she violated the contract. What should happen is she should be fired and blacklisted from the industry. But because
they're not gonna do that.
because the same see what's happening is this is just chickens coming home to roost. The same people who are now annoyed at her for running her big fat mouth are the same people who put her in that position and gave her all the fluff and the bells and whistles to do it. And they pushed for years. They pushed their queer agenda and the woke stuff and the DIE. And now it's coming back to bite them in the ass because it turns out these people are freaking horrible. And at some point, they cross a line and they just become uncontrollable. And so there they are. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but the fact is his dad is part of that machine that put these people in the as the face of their company. And now they're having to deal with the predictable outcomes. And so, his dad, I'm sure, was annoyed. And yeah, he did the right thing by going to give her a talking to. But you know what? I don't really feel a lot of sympathy for them because they did this. Remember, his dad is the producer of Snow White. At what point did you think any of this was a good idea? This is just him trying to put out a little fire, but he's really responsible for most of this stuff. So, but I just love that. Oh, the rules are being broken because they're being directed at me. It's like, yeah, okay. So, Gina Carano has an ongoing lawsuit against Disney for that very thing. So it's very interesting that she makes that point, isn't it? I'm sure that won't be used at all.
It's crazy that like these leftist wokies or these are just retards in general. They would say that they're being oppressed, or they're saying that, oh, you're taking away my First Amendment rights. I thought you're all about free speech. Bitch, it's only about free speech if it suits them.
Yep.
If it does not suits them, they will use that shit against you. All right. Where are all the fucking people saying that, oh, they came together and universally just banned a bunch of people, shut people down, and like no one said anything about it because it's their opposition. Oh, I don't care. I don't care if Trump, got silenced. I don't care if this person got silenced. It doesn't matter. But if they get silenced, they're gonna start freaking out. But
yeah, and they try to pull the hypocrisy card. I thought you guys were for free speech. We are, but you made this rule. Like, we're not in charge. You're in charge. You've been in charge for like decades. This is what happens, and now you're dealing with this, and now we get to point and laugh, and now you're mad at us for pointing and laughing.
All right, let's go ahead and watch this cringe video.
Oh boy. Listen to that echo.
No one was there.
Yeah.
No, you see all the seats? No one was there.
Yeah, she has like so much stuff beside her, because meaning there's an empty seat. She has so much stuff beside her.
Like, I'm trying to look if there's like any heads in the front. No.
Every frame of pause on her freaking laughing. Go back. See that face?
Yeah.
She's not acting there. She is genuinely overjoyed to see her own fucking name on this piece of trash. This is the kind of evil that exists. She burned down the entire industry and the entire history of the industry just for this moment of having not only her name up on screen, but look at her fucking tongue. Look at the curled freaking snake tongue she has going on.
She probably rented out the theater for herself. I believe someone mentioned, I forgot who it was, that there's actually like if you go back and watch more of the videos, she actually goes up to the box office, like the actual ticket stand, and buys a ticket, and he's like, hey, one ticket please for Snow White, and like they don't even know who she is because she's like, people are filming her. Like, I believe there's like a full video. I forgot. I think it might have been Josiah or Epic Mike that said it, but like there was more of her like going up to the theater, buying a ticket. The person didn't even know who the fuck she was, which is hilarious.
You know what I'm realizing as I'm looking at this picture? I don't actually see her pupils.
No, because she's a fucking demon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in demons, but I gotta say, looking at this picture, whoever does believe in demons, I'm starting to understand.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and check out where this movie stands in terms of IMDb score. Currently, it has 1.5. Last time I checked, it was like 2. 3.
Yeah, not that far off from Dragon Ball Evolution.
Dragon Ball was like 2.5 or something like
Yeah.
that. So this has 1.5, and this is really bad. Holy crap! This is like one of the lowest rated movies on IMDb of all time. I want to actually go and check out the all-time low. So between the all-time low, so let's go ahead and so these are the lowest scores. So so she has 1.5. So I would say she's gonna be right over here, probably right over here, in between the Coast of Deception and Super Baby's Baby Geniuses 2. Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas.
I bet that's a much better movie.
So yeah, this is a worse movie than all of these right over here. So Grae, Battlefield Earth, Kung Pao, the Super Mario Brothers 92 movie, The Room. It's like all of those movies are considered better than Snow White.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, this is such a shit show. But I think that Disney is not really caring about this movie anymore. They're like, all right, let's move on. Let's focus on Lilo and Stitch live action.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's not what they're focused on.
I think like that one, in terms of like Disney, like not Marvel or anything else, but like that's the movie they're going to be focusing on next. I think that movie's going to make a shit ton of money. Oh man, but we'll see what's going to happen. But I think it's going to get worse. I think my initial thing was I think this movie might probably would have made maybe like $500-600 million, but I don't think it's going to hit that much. I think it's going to probably stop. I think it might. The fact that this movie is worse in terms of I guess scoring than the Marvels, right? Because the Marvels is really bad, and it didn't. I believe it didn't surpass what's it called again? 300 million. I don't think it surpassed that much. But let's go ahead and check out before we skip to a different topic. Let's go ahead and check out the reviews.
Yeah, and I know some of the posters for you guys, they're already removing it. I saw. I forgot whose video it was. Like the painting of the poster, so it's already half like being removed. So they're removing it already.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So this is the tomato meter. Top critics 29, all-time critics with all critics 41. Verified audience pretty fucking high 73. Let's go to all audiences, shall we?
What's a verified audience that makes it
A verified
so
bot.
This is the actual rating for Snow White. To all critics and all audience, this is the actual legitimate rating, and this is true. This movie was really bad, and like I would rather go back and watch. I don't know. Like I would rather watch like Aladdin, at least like the girl who played Jasmine is hot, right? And I would rather go back and watch like Beauty and the Beast. I never watched Cinderella. I might watch Cinderella. Like this one was probably the worst one I've seen in terms of live action. Like I said, Mulan is just like it's one of my favorite Disney animated movies. So that's the reason why I hate that one. But like this one is just god awful. Like at least I didn't fall asleep like 3 times. But yeah. Holy shit, this is freaking this is a travesty. Because like Walt Disney is literally rolling in his grave. It's like, "Duh, what the hell is happening? How can you do this?" But yeah, this is a shit show.
His frozen head is spinning.
Yeah, man. I want to see Kirk Cameron Saves Christmas. Yeah, me too. It's probably be pretty good. Yeah, Ditney. Yeah, well, anyway, yep. Zizix Road. I heard if you actually drive down that road, like on your way to Vegas, it actually goes to like a small town. Like it's sort of like a very unique small town. I believe I saw an Instagram reel about it. Lilo and Stitch is a one-off. Snow White and the Seven. And Captain America 4 sequels were canceled this month. Disney can't go on like this. Yeah, they're fucking done. Were there sequels planned for Snow White?
Yeah, those 2 movies. I was gonna ask Captain America 4 and Snow White. They were supposed to have sequels.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's fucking terrible, man. Holy shit. Um, let's see. Let's continue reading more comments. Let's see. On Power Taco, they took our jobs 100%. Took our gerbs. Yeah, shut it down. Yeah, that's fucking shit show, man. If she's under contract, then they can't stop her, but they can claim it broke the agreement and not pay her. That'll be good.
That'd be good. Yeah.
I don't want them to pay her. Let's see. First Amendment only applies to government, not private companies. That's true.
I mean,
That
that's
is
what
true.
they told us during lockdowns.
Yep. Wait a minute. Both Halle Bailey, Ziegler have wide eyes. We know someone at Disney Fetish. Yeah. They now the next one is Anya Taylor-Joy. That's gonna be the next princess. Look,
Yeah,
if Anya Taylor-Joy would have been a way better Snow White.
At least there's that. Yeah. No, it sounds like the casting couch people really like the girls who look like prey.
Yeah, basically Sid from Ice Age. Most actors and actresses are like this, but they keep their mouths shut and have a PR managers watching their emails and tweets. She is the norm, not the exception. That's what they think of fans. Yep.
Yeah, they have that now. There was a nice 5-year span where they didn't have that, and then they lost. So now they all shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about our next topic. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry. No Way, the girl who played Catwoman in Gotham TV. I don't remember. I didn't even watch the Gotham TV show.
I did, but for me, she wasn't really that appealing, in my opinion.
I
forgot her name, right? Maybe I never did.
She was also a prey animal. Yeah, she had 180-degree vision. That's true.
All right. Let's talk about this. So, Nintendo is in the news, and I do want to talk about this because Sony is going to be working on the live-action Zelda movie, and I heard it's going to be a trilogy, and it's going to be filmed in New Zealand.
Sony?
Yeah, Sony's going to be working on it.
Oh, God.
It's a live-action one.
You mean the guys who worked on Madame Web and Craven? That's Sony Pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, man. Why?
I don't know. All right.
Is it going to be Sony America or Sony from Japan? Because there might
probably America. This comes from Video Games Chronicle, with Nintendo reportedly plotting a Zelda movie trilogy with filming set for New Zealand. Major roles will be signed for 3 movies over 6 years, it's claimed. So, it's probably going to be Jack Black as Ganondorf and Pedro Pascal as Link. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I tweeted Link is probably going to be black. So it looks like I'm not that far off after all.
Well, he is a ginger, so it's the safest rave swap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Let's see. Nintendo's live-action Legend of Zelda movie could be a part of the planned trilogy as production prepares for shooting later this year. According to Production List, as tracking service run by Film and Television Industry Alliance, Zelda will shoot in New Zealand from November 2025 to April 2026. Announced on Friday, the Zelda movie will be released in March of 2027. The site also offers a synopsis for the Zelda movie. Okay. Which story do you want them to go with?
Ocarina of Time. Hands down.
I think Ocarina of Time is the most popular, but time travel, or not time travel. That's not that he grows up, right? He grabs the what's it called, Master Sword, and he grows up, right? And he goes into the future, and then you can actually go back in time, right? So I wonder, that could be pretty cool, but I think Link to the Past will be too much as well. I think a straight up like a basically straight up like Legend of Zelda Part 1, like from the NES, would be probably the best. But the thing is, that means that Ganon will have to be a pig, right? Because Ganon is a pig. Ganondorf is the more humanoid thing, right? Yeah. So, all right, let's see. And the site offers a synopsis: a young warrior destined to protect a magical kingdom from Hyrule from the forces of darkness. The land is under the threat of Ganon, so it's going to be a pig. I think it's going to be voiced. It might be voiced by Jack Black if it's a pig.
Well, a ruthless warlord. I don't picture a pig if that's the
Well,
description.
but Ganon is canonically a like a pig.
He's like a classic style orc. The orcs used to be always drawn as pigmen, so
oh yeah,
he's kind of like he can be a warlord and still have a pig face if he's like an orcish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
like because if we're talking about Ganon dwarf, then that's the one we see in Oots, right? So that's a Ocarina of Time, or even in what's it called again? Wind Waker, or with Twilight Princess, right? Let's see. The ruthless warlord who seeks the Triforce, an ancient relic said to grant limitless power. To stop him, Link must embark on a perilous journey, battling monstrous creatures, exploring treacherous dungeons, and solving intricate puzzles to uncover sacred artifacts that can aid him in his quest. Furthermore, movie industry insider Daniel Richman has claimed that the Nintendo and Sony Pictures are planning a potential movie trilogy for Zelda. According to Richman, a major acting role will be signed for the 3 planned over the next 6 years. I think they're going to make Zelda black.
Yeah,
I think that's what's going to happen.
Not just black, but black and ugly too.
Yeah,
Like,
and probably lesbian, right? Okay,
yeah.
If they do Ocarina of Time, they're going to say Princess Zelda is a trans. Remember, she becomes Sheik, right? So
you can't be a female ninja.
Unless you're now away from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Oh no. Like I really, really hope that Nintendo has like 100% oversight with this, sort of like Eiichiro Oda from One Piece.
They should. And in my opinion, it's like when the rumor started circulating, this is gonna be a live action. I was like, why? You already have the success template of the Mario movie. Why not just go? I would just rather go them going with that than take the story of Ocarina of Time. That would have been a home run, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
the Mario movie would give a lot of people hope, but what people have to remember is that good video game movies are the exception. They're mostly terrible.
Yep.
And so no one should be. I mean, how many times have we heard this? Do not give these fools the benefit of the doubt. Everyone got excited. I saw it on my Instagram. All our favorites got excited. Oh, yay. And it's like, why are you excited? Don't you remember what you've been covering for the last 15 years? They're going to mess it up. And you're going to have to prove us wrong when it comes out that they're going to mess it up, but they're going to mess it up. Well, what about the Mario movie? That's an exception. What about Sonic? Exception. They're going to mess it up.
Like, granted, I love how, like, in terms of aesthetics, I love how the new Mortal Kombat movie looks, but that movie wasn't good.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't good, and they're making a part 2, right? And they're like, oh, we're bringing in fucking the guy who plays Billy the Butcher. Forgot his name already. Fuck, Carl Urban. I was like, who is he gonna be? Oh, he's playing Johnny Cage. All right, he's sort of old, man. He's like 50 something. Yeah. So is he gonna be like washed out, like old Johnny Cage that like had a kid with Sonya, and then like Cassie Cage is around? Like, is that going to happen? Is that the story? So I don't know. So like with that, they already sort of fucked it up. Go ahead, Grae.
Yeah, I was just saying if that's I don't think Carl Urban should be Kano. If it's as Kano, I think. But anyway,
Kano died, but they're gonna come back. Shang Tsung's gonna revive him somehow.
Well, yeah, it's a Mortal Kombat's a multiverse thing anyway. So open a dimension, then that's this version of Kano. But anyway, yeah, I don't have high hopes. I didn't know that it was being. It's a Sony studio that was running these things. Like yeah. I'm pretty much. I'm at the camp. Yeah, this show is fucked.
So the thing is, like we thought that it was going to be like a Nintendo, like the NCU, Nintendo Cinematic Universe, right?
Yeah.
Because they said that they're gonna have like more Nintendo style movies coming out, and eventually leading up to Smash Brothers, right? That'd be fucking amazing. But the thing is, if they're gonna make a live action, this will be its own thing. Now, I hope they fail, because I don't want it. But actually, I want them to succeed. I want this to be good. Like, if it's good, that's great, right? But I don't want some garbage cash grab bullshit like Minecraft. That movie looks fucking awful. Oh, man. Grae, you're going to watch that movie, right? You're a big Minecraft guy?
When is it coming out anyway?
It's like April or some shit.
Oh, okay. So I got confused. Like, yeah, I remember seeing like the Jack Black trailer. So but I wasn't sure if it's out yet or is it about to come out. Okay.
Next
Pretty,
Friday.
pretty close. Oh, very close.
Yeah. Yeah, let's continue with this article. The Legend of Zelda is the third Nintendo franchise to receive a film treatment in recent years. Detective Pikachu and Super Mario Bros. Movie were released to huge success, with the Super Mario Bros. Movie becoming one of the highest grossing animated films ever. I would say one of them, but not the. I think the still goes in Neza too. The Zelda film will be produced by Shigeru Miyamoto, which is great. Representative director and fellow of Nintendo and veteran Hollywood producer Avi Arad. That's the fucking one that I'm worried about.
Yeah, I've heard that name before, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
not
Okay, so
what did the guy make again?
Craven the Hunter. Jared Leto's Morbius. And he's also going to be working with Legendary, I believe either Lionsgate or Legendary for a Naruto movie. Not episodic TV show. Okay, the thing is that he did work on Blade, which is great. But that was a long time ago, right?
Oh, yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
Right, and he's working on Beyond the Spider-Verse. Look, he has a lot of good shit, but he has a lot of terrible shit too. That's what I'm worried about.
Hopefully, with Miyamoto having some authority, he can be controlled. I think sometimes that's just the what some people need, like for them to actually excel.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like The Last of Us Part 1, where Neil Druckmann was not the only guy running the show, but when he had full control, that's when shit hit the fan. They sometimes they just need someone who keeps them grounded and keeps them level headed. I think so. Hopefully, with Miyamoto being the producer, this will turn out to be good. Yeah, that's the best thing I can probably say for now.
Yeah. See, what do you think, Ogami?
I just have no hope. I have no hope at all. I mean, it's just. Remember, at one point, I think it was one of the shows you guys did a couple of weeks ago, where you actually said we need more gatekeeping. Yeah, there needs to be a lot more gatekeeping. At some point, Nintendo needs to say, yeah, no, we're not doing any more. No, come to us with a script and maybe we'll read it, but we're not doing any more. Because the only reason Mario movie was good is because we said so.
Yeah.
That's it. You guys would have ruined it. Just like they're going to ruin everything else.
All right.
I don't have any hope.
I don't want to hear this bullshit like later down the road saying that Avi Arad has never played a Legend of Zelda game, and I'll be fucking furious.
Oh, I guarantee he hasn't.
Yeah.
He's at 70 something. All right. At least did you play the original from like I don't think so. Like so he would have been in his like 40s. Like 40s when the NES came out. So like he probably like I hope he okay, here are the movies he's worked on. So it's a hit or miss with all of these. A lot of them are good and a lot of them are bad. Right? Spider-Man 2, Blade, what's it called again? Iron Man 1. He helped work on Iron Man 1, The Incredible Hulk. Right? And then he had a lot of really bad ones too, especially near the end. So it's hit or miss.
Hits, yeah. I see a few hits.
Yeah.
More misses. Yeah,
Fantastic Four. What the hell is Airbound? Ghost in the Shell hurts okay. Right? And then you get Venom, Let There Be Carnage, and then you have Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, Daredevil. Look, it's a hit or miss with a lot of his films. We're not sure. But
and I agree with Chat. Like, because like if you're saying he was 40 when the time the NES came out, because like remember our the generation before us, they perceive video games to be for children, that's a kiddie activity. So him being 40 during the NES era, I highly doubt he has ever touched a controller. I'm sorry. That's what I think.
He would probably be like a late boomer or like the generation after that.
Yeah, but that's the generation before us. They perceive video games differently compared to us and the future generation. They see it as like a childish activity. That's something you do when you're like 7 years old. A lot of people still think that way. So I highly doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm not gonna hold my breath for this one. I pray to God this is good, is because there are so many people, even like woke people, love Zelda, right? And if they fuck up the story, they will legitimately be pissed. And they're like there are Zelda stands out there, man. Like Krista's one of them, right? So like she's super excited for this. I like for me, I'm not gonna hold my breath. I'm probably gonna have the same thing as I did with like One Piece. Like I thought that One Piece was gonna be trash, and it surprised me. It's actually pretty good. So I hope this is the same thing. I hope they prove us wrong, that this is actually gonna be really good. So
I always say it. I hope I'm wrong about everything.
yeah. Oh man. All right, let's see. Let's go and read some comments. Yo, we got a Mitchell Fields with the 2. A Dark Soul style Zelda game would be sick. That'd be fucking amazing. That'd be so fucking good. But
That's not Zelda. Yeah.
no, it's not Miyamoto, it's not Zelda. And here's the thing, Mitchell. If someone or you were to make a mod of it, you would get DMCA'd so fucking fast.
Yeah.
By Nintendo.
Yep.
Oh my god, you'd be nuked from orbit, man. Holy shit, dude. It's like Nintendo don't play.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They're highly, highly negative things about Nintendo.
Yeah.
But right now, like Nintendo, in terms of the games industry right now, it's like Nintendo being stuck up with their ways is more of a good thing than a bad thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. The Big Z Video Game says, hopefully Miyamoto-san will tell them to cut that crap out. I hope so too.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah, 100%. I say they're gonna Yasuke Link. They're gonna make him black. They can put hip hop music. Oh shit! Zendaya is a pass for me. Yeah.
Oh my
Zendaya
god.
Zelda.
They would totally put Zendaya as Zelda. Oh my god.
The chances are really high.
I've seen the AI.
The chances are really high, in my opinion.
So it's basically Tom Holland and Zendaya, right?
Tom Holland would make a good Link, though.
I would agree. He still has that like childish charm.
Very, very, very elf-like. Yeah, he is British. At least there's that. He's a redhead. That would work.
Yeah. Let's see. Animated Zelda is an easy win. Live action is asking for trouble. Yep. Like if they did an animated one, it would have been like you're printing money. It's a no-brainer. You could be so fucking wacky and wonky with it. But well, remember Sony also made a lot of video game movies. Grae, did you watch the one with Tom Holland, Uncharted?
Oh no, I haven't. Actually, I should. I played all the games, man. I think I should.
Oh, you should definitely make a video about it. You should definitely make a video about it.
Okay, I have time. So my Astro Chain video will be done. I'm projecting by Monday, so I have time before I go for the US. Yeah.
Cool. See, Nintendo is going to make sure Sony does Zelda right. I hope so. If Miyamoto is going to be like not executive producing, but actually just straight up producing the film, he's going to have like the last say in everything. So, but the thing is, remember, the Japanese folks, they're very nice. So they're very accommodating. So then like, why can't Zelda be black? Why not? We was princes and shit. Oh man. Let's see. Hopefully Nintendo Link that stupid to cast Tom Holland as Link. A better option would be an unknown. I would agree too. I think an unknown probably would be better. It's sort of, like how young is the Link? Is he going to be like just he's like an early adult, or he's going to be like a seasoned warrior? But I'm pretty sure he's going to be like a young boy, right? He's probably going to be a young boy. See, Zelda should have been animated, and is it Genndy
Tartakovsky? Yep.
Tarkovsky should have directed it. He's a genius.
The real Clone Wars animated series, not the new 3D, not the more recent 3D one, but the actual real 2D one was freaking gold. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be great.
Oh man, should have been animated in my opinion. Like when they announced it, I was like, why not animate it? Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Why not animate it in Japan? Who they can actually do animation.
Mm-hmm.
I think out of all the animation studios right now that's like more westernized, I think Illumination is the only studio that I actually like.
Yeah, but aren't they in like France or something? They're not even American.
Yeah, they're not American, but the reason why is because of like how the way they design their characters, especially in Despicable Me. like the girls have like big asses and big tits, which I like. Oh,
They're
fuck,
French,
man.
man. You know, they're a lot more open about that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you basically, in order for you to graduate high school, you got to watch porn in class.
Not even
See.
the gay stuff like in our country. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the behind got the I behind got to the Dragon Ball score spot, and I'm sad that this has dethroned it because that movie was the worst thing ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though. At least Dragon Ball Evolution had hot girls in it.
Mhm.
Right? They had like 2 hot girls in it. Other than that, the whole entire thing sucked dick. Oh man. Let's see. Miles Morales is the epitome of lazy character design. Yeah, I would say so. But I would say what's even more lazy is giving it was a Spider-Man and what's it called again? Spider-Man 2 for the PS5, and they basically gave the Killmonger hair to every black person. Right? That hair got so popular, every black person has to have that hair now, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. What we want to do is to tell a different story. You always get the same good guy versus bad guy stories and rescue the princess, but we really want to surprise people. Huh? I never played the game.
Yeah.
Average video game producer. Video game movie producer.
Yep. And the fact that like for me, I don't really care. I think that the girl who plays, I think her name was Bella Ramsey. Fucking terrible casting for Ellie. But like the producers and the directors told her not to play the game.
Not to play the game. Yeah.
I'm like, why? Why the fuck not? But she played the games anyway, so like, which is good, right? She didn't care. Let's see. Avi Arad was the Marvel Studio founder. He was the guy that killed Roger Corman 1994 Fantastic Four movie. Man, I like the Avi Arad like helped basically start like I guess you would say like the whole like Blade and stuff like that, which is great, but like his stuff now sort of sucks. Let's see. Let's continue. Holland is 30. By the end of the trilogy, he'd be 40. Damn, yeah, that's true. So they need someone young then. They need someone who's like 18. Like they're gonna fucking cast Timothy Chalamet, isn't there? I think they're fucking gonna cast Timothy Chalamet. Someone like super young. All right. Hot take: the 1994 Fantastic Four movie was the best to date. I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
I've never seen that one. Yeah. What's going on? I think Everscale. Hopefully I said that right. But yeah. All right. Let's go and talk about Assassin's Creed. Let's go and talk about this. This made me happy. This made me super happy. Right over here. Let's see. This is from The Verge. Ubisoft's $4 billion carve-out sells Tencent a 25% stake in some of its biggest games. Tencent will invest 1.3 billion in a new entity controlling Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, which is a subsidiary. They're basically going to be controlling these 3 IPs. What do you guys think about this, man? This was huge. This was one of the biggest news for this week.
Yeah.
There's good news and bad news. Go ahead, Grae.
Yeah, I've seen some of the arguments online to saying, oh, this has been in the works for a very, very long time. It's not necessarily because of Assassin's Creed Shadows. I agree to a certain extent, but that just tells me that they know that Shadows was gonna flop if that such a deal took place months or perhaps years before. That, yeah, and Endymion and some of the others saying like, and Hypnotic, I believe, also saying. So what if Shadows was so successful? Why would you sell your stake to a Chinese company? Then yeah, that's the reasoning of people. It's like, oh, this was deal years in the making and stuff. So it's not Shadows wasn't really it, but yeah, if you're successful, why would you relinquish ownership or even like divide your profits to another outside entity? I wouldn't do that. It's like I would pocket all the profits for myself. I would, and like if a business is making money, and why would you want to share it to someone else unless that person's willing to pay a much higher markup? Which no, we know Tencent bought them for cheap given their current stock price. And yeah, it's like it's maximum copium from the people from the other aisle who's or saying that Assassin's Creed Shadows is a phenomenal success or whatever they want to spin it. Like they yeah, 2 million players is a lot, 3 million players, not even copies sold. Players is a lot, but that's provided if the game costs like what, 10 million, 20 million. Yeah, you can argue that that's a success. But if the game is like 250 million to 300 million, you're gonna need a lot more than 3 million players. Not or even copies sold. That's not enough. Actually, that was my projection. Like the first 2 weeks, maybe 3 to 5 million sold, not players. But so I even on my end, it's overstated with what I predicted. So yeah, not surprised.
How do you feel, Ogami?
Well, like I said, there's a good possibility and a bad possibility, and I think the bad one is the more probable one. But so Ubisoft is just demonstrating the whole get woke, go broke thing in real time, right before our eyes. There might be people who think that, this Chinese studio, I mean, Tencent is huge. Tencent is basically the CCP's video game and cartoon company. It is a CCP. Now, you might think that, well, the CCP hates woke. They're not for any of that stuff. So maybe this will be good. But you have to remember that China makes two kind of products. They make products for themselves, which are usually excellent. And then they make products for the West, which they deliberately poison. Black Myth Wukong is an example of what they're capable of. They made that for themselves. They love that storyline, and they made a fantastic game out of it. Naja 2 was for themselves. Probably one of the best examples of fantasy animation I've seen, at least in 20 years. But they also own TikTok. Now, I don't know if you know that there's two TikToks.
Yep.
There's a TikTok that the West uses, which is all just brain rot, cringe thoughts, e-girls, all kinds of degeneracy. But China, the CCP, who owns TikTok, they don't allow any of that stuff in China. TikTok in China is all cute, wholesome, funny, family, lovely content. Beautiful content. Content that makes you feel good to be Chinese. Why? Because they know all that degenerate crap destroys society. They're not going to have that destroy their society, but they're perfectly happy to have that poison ours. So, what does that mean with Tencent buying Ubisoft? Do you think the woke stuff is going to stop at Ubisoft? Do you think they're going to stop destroying IPs? Or maybe the CCP will decide, well, now that we're on a roll, what should happen in a market, in a free market where you don't have governments buying video game companies, is that Ubisoft just goes bankrupt and goes away, gets bought by a company that wants to actually make money, and so the woke stuff ends. But instead, we don't live in a free market world. We live in a world where world governments buy up big corporations like Tencent. So what we're seeing with Assassin's Creed Shadows and all the other woke stuff, we think the world is healing because of the recent election and DIE being on the run and on its heels everywhere. This is a huge injection of life into that project to just keep on poisoning media. That's what I see. So I don't actually see the woke stuff ending. I think Assassin's Creed Shadow is just the beginning. And by the way, the people who are the most angry at Assassin's Creed Shadow are not the MAGA-hatted Appalachian white boys. It's the Japanese. Do you think the CCP gives a crap about what Japan thinks about how much they're going to poison their history, their folklore, or anyone else for that matter? So what we're going to see is what should have happened is that Assassin's Creed should have killed Ubisoft. Now it's not going away ever because the CCP has decided this is a great weapon.
Yeah, I'm going to bail you guys out.
Yeah.
So this is not an investment, chat. If you guys think it's not, so they originally have 10% stake originally. Now, given the fact that this game has been, this was the game for them. This was the game. This was the game that will save Ubisoft, right? Because you have Assassin's Creed, which is a very, very good IP for a long time, Far Cry and Rainbow Six. But then you have stuff like Star Wars Outlaws. You have stuff like Skull and Bones. And you have Beyond Good and Evil 2 that's been in development hell and is not set to be released in the next 2 years. This was released last year. It's still working on it. So that's where all the bloat is coming from. So basically, Ubisoft is a gambler. They are basically gambling with their IP, hoping that the game does really well. These games, people will buy it, and hopefully the word of mouth will get people to go buy it. And Ubisoft basically is losing in their gambling. They're basically a gamble addict. And at this point in time, Tencent was like, oh, we're basically a loan shark. We're going to loan you a shit ton of money. And if you guys, and we're basically going to take 25% of like the stake of all your like biggest games. And if you guys fuck up, we're basically going to buy you guys right out. And that's what's going to happen, right? Even Jeff Keighley posted on X saying that what's going to happen to the 19,000 employees at Ubisoft? They're all going to get let go, right?
Yeah.
Now the thing is, we don't know. Like Ogami said, we're not sure what Tencent's going to do, but they are not in the Americans' interest, right? It's not in the Western development interest. They're more about more personal interest, whether or not they can make money. So if they can, inject woke shit, make it woke, and sort of ruin the Western influence, they will do it because they don't fucking care. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to try to save some stuff first, maybe in the future. But ultimately, I think that this is a I would rather have the CCP take over this game and this company than woke Karens take over it. It's
Yeah.
I don't see the difference because even though the CCP itself isn't woke, they're happy to allow they'll allow it to keep operating as it is. So the woke Karens will stay in charge because that's what Tencent wants.
Yeah,
They're not a real company. It's not about profit to them. They're funded by the government. They're as much for profit as the post office is. So it's all that's going to happen is Ubisoft is going to be allowed to just continue business as usual. They should have gone out of business. They should have gone bankrupt. Instead of going bankrupt, they get to live on. And then they're going to be given, okay, you are going to continue just making the best games you can, guys.
Yeah,
No.
well,
they will.
The next games will determine if that theory is correct.
What's
It's
their
like,
next big game that's coming
I
out?
hope I'm wrong about everything, you guys.
Yeah,
I hope I'm wrong
yeah.
about it.
I don't know. Whatever the next Assassin's Creed or Far Cry or Rainbow Six is gonna be, it's like if they insert, they make another controversial black character who's not supposed to be black in that setting, then then Tencent is just pretty much their unlimited money provider, so they can just keep releasing slops.
So I'm beginning to understand Ogami's point of view because I just remembered. Did you guys watch Terminator Dark Woke Fate?
Yeah, I watched that in the theater.
In the beginning of the movie, when it shows like who worked on it, what company helped fund this movie. Did you see one of them that says Tencent Studios?
Mm-hmm.
And why do you think that movie sucked dick and they okayed it? Right. I'm beginning to understand that it's basically by design. I think Tencent knows it. Remember, everyone's saying, "Oh, Tencent bad. Tencent's awful." Tencent owns Riot Games. So there's a reason why they're like, they promote all of the woke bullshit in Valorant and League, but in like their what's it called again? Their own versions of League that's on mobile. It's like very cool, very straight stuff, very awesome stuff.
Yes.
Right? Like there is two different versions of it.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely crazy.
The CCP again, makes two products. The stuff they make for themselves is absolutely stunning. And I want to bring up Naja 2 again, because I had said before, Naja 2 convinced me that China does not need the West to make animation. They don't need us anymore. No one needs us anymore. Hollywood is done. So why do they want to buy Ubisoft? China made Black Myth Wukong. That was also another CCP enterprise that they made for themselves. Excellent game. That's what they're capable of. So why do they want Ubisoft? Because they make two tiers of product. Two tiers. One tier is for the Chinese, and it's awesome. The other tier is for everyone else. It's basically slop for the non-Chinese. You have to remember that everyone gets angry about our president and the whole platform. But China has been doing China first, make China great again for the last 30 years. And they're doing it. They're actually doing it. They are thinking of China first and making China great again. And it comes out in their pop culture. It comes out in the products they produce for themselves. But that also means that they will look, again, Tencent is CCP owned. CCP is the ruling party of China. They are very much involved with the WEF, the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum created the ESG score, which is kind of like a credit score for companies, except instead of credits based on your ability to pay back debt, ESG is a credit score that's based off your basically DIE initiatives. And the more DIE stuff you have in there, you get a higher ESG score, which means international investors are happy to give you money. That's one of the reasons why everything fell to crap with ESG, is because instead of going to the customer for money, they started going to the global investors for money. And to get the global investors to give them money, they had to inject a bunch of check boxes and get DIE going so they could get a high ESG score, a high credit score, so that foreign investors could continue pumping money. The CCP is one of these investors. The World Economic Forum is literally a cooperative effort between the governments of the world and global corporations of the world working together to, quote unquote, build a more diverse, inclusive, and equitable world. That's literally Klaus Schwab literally wrote the book on this. Okay. So none of this is a secret. It's conspiracy. No, conspiracy is a secret. This is all out in the open. They've been working on this project for years, and that explains everything. Tencent is owned and run by the CCP. The CCP is highly involved in WEF. For themselves, again, China owns TikTok. Chinese TikTok is a completely different platform than American TikTok.
Yeah,
completely
they actually
for a reason.
They also show how to become here's some cool things if you want to become a doctor. It's actually stuff that actually helps their society.
It's so nice.
Right?
It's so nice to watch.
How to become a rocket scientist. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Here's a bunch of funny fails that are just so cute because of little kids doing it.
Yeah.
And family stuff. It's so nice.
Right. So Thomas Tompkins Jr. said Marvel Rivals. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is an outlier because NetEase is not owned by CCP. They're a subsidiary. Their game's a subsidiary of NetEase. It does have a partnership with CCP Games, but it's not owned. They're a private company as of right now. But I guarantee you, if the CCP outright owns NetEase, then yeah, they're gonna start pushing in a lot of woke gay stuff in Marvel Rivals. But as of right now, not yet. Right.
And so why is Tencent involved with things like Terminator, Woke Fate, and all these other projects that are just filled with ESG that failed the box office? Because the box office isn't where they're making their money. They're not going to customers for the money. If they put all that woke shit into, or the ESG stuff, the high ESG score, the high DIE checklist, they will get global investment. And that's what CCP is about. They're about getting the EU's money. They're getting the Microsoft's money. They're getting Vanguard and BlackRock's money. Vanguard and BlackRock are like the biggest global investors in all of this stuff. And so whenever you see Tencent in something Western, it's probably going to be shit. And it's because they already got the money. They already got the money from BlackRock. They already got the money from Tencent. Not Tencent, Vanguard. They don't care how many tickets it sells, because that's not where they're getting their money. The customers are not the target. Now, when Tencent makes something for the Chinese audience, it's going to be spectacular. It's so good. And it won't work at all.
Phillip, I've seen Venom twerk on my feed. What are you talking about? Oh man, no, yo, that's not done by like the company though. That's done by like a person who got the mods, right? Shut up, Lost Tales.
Yeah, I
Oh
saw that
man,
one too.
but yeah,
Anyway, so that's what I think. I think that Tencent took the opportunity to buy up this. I mean, Ubisoft is a big company, regardless of its failures. It's huge, and so Tencent bought it up for cheap. Because it tanked itself with all the ESG crap, and now they were able to get it at a bargain. And of course, they didn't buy the whole thing; they bought 25% of it. But that's still huge. That's still a big
yeah.
stake in it.
Well, but like the 25%, they basically have a say on what goes into that game, right? All they bought was the actual, like the big three. I believe there was an email that got leaked or something like that. There's like people who were talking about how they're saying that they're worried for their jobs if you're not part of the big three. And they're like, and then they got basically an email, a mass email from the company saying, don't worry if you're not part of the big three, but we're trying to like do our best to make things more like with more like efficiency and agility, and basically that's basically laying a shit ton of people off.
Yeah. It's like Ubisoft is just way too big compared to all the other game companies out there. That's just too many employees for developing.
Yeah,
even if it's open world games, that's way too many people.
Oh,
yeah,
look at this.
look at that. See, 3 million players for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and then literally like 3 hours later, you get the the Tencent having stake 25% now.
Well, I mean, I could look up Steam DB right now and find that it's nowhere near that. And I know that there's a significant percentage of the players are on PC. So the question is, where do they get the 3 million players?
So according to what I heard, most of their players are actually on console and even maybe on Ubisoft Plus. Yeah, Ubisoft Plus.
Oh, so it's a Game Pass. They didn't buy it.
They're renting the game. Right?
Yeah.
Now I talked about this before. I basically said, if we get at least half the amount right over here, 1.5 million people playing the game, then we should be able to see it a good indication and a reflection on the Steam charts. But the thing is, a lot of people are asking, why do you guys think that the Steam charts are important? Well, ever since COVID, ever since 2020, Steam charts has been a very good indication whether or not a game does well. If the game does well on Steam, it does well everywhere else. And it's not. It didn't even crack 65,000 players. This game, I like, they have to look really, really good. And this is all optics, right? I don't care about like the whole thing. Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed basically did a good dunk on Elon Musk and Mark Kern, right?
Yep.
Like, but do people actually care about that? Oh, I'm actually gonna buy the game now just based off this burn. No, you're not. You're saying that just for optics. You're saying that just for clout, right? You don't actually care about that. All you care about is whether or not someone liked your comment. So this game is absolutely, literally was on life support, and Ubisoft came in and was like, all right, we'll buy you guys out. We'll bail you guys out. We'll see what happens, right?
I can see like a 30 or 40% off 3 months from now.
Yeah, man. Phillip Chan can feel his social credit score sinking and won't be able to talk to his aunts and uncles again. I'll never societally recover from this. Oh shit, man. Oh man. But yeah, this game is just awful, man. And like, of course, you have stuff with like even like a game that literally just came out. Schedule 1 is more popular than Assassin's Creed. I don't even know what this game is.
Yeah, I don't even know what that game is about.
Yeah, it's not even a double A, maybe a single A.
It's like a single A independent, and it's a meth dealer sim game.
Yeah, Schedule 1, 16, like basically $1 cheaper than the Ubisoft Plus subscription, and it already beat. That's crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
And this is from a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's sure as shit ain't gonna cost 250 to 350 million.
Yeah.
This guy. Yeah, the developers are millionaires now. popping champagne because their life changed forever.
Yeah. Oh man. Let's see. Yo, Mitchell Fields with the 2. The CCP wants 2 things: money and influence. 100%. That's all they really care about,
Well,
right?
and to make China great.
Yeah, and
That's what they want.
like,
Can't blame
and
them.
like, and me and me and Ogami talked about this. So we had we had dinner like several weeks ago, right? And we talked about in terms of influence in animation, like you got to blame DreamWorks. If anything, you blame DreamWorks. Okay, I talked about it before. If it wasn't for Pearl Studio, they wouldn't have started their own studio with Nedza 1, and then now Nedza 2 has made over $2 billion, surpassing Force Awakens and Infinity War. That's fucking unheard of, man. That movie has been out for what? 4 months almost?
Naja 2 in America has been out for like not even that, like maybe a month and a half.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah, it's not going anywhere. That movie's gonna be playing in theaters in China probably for the foreseeable future. It reminds me of, you know what? It reminds me of the story I heard about Empire Strikes back in 1980. What was it, 3? It got released, was more loved than Star Wars at the time. Episode 4 was just called Star Wars, guys, and it was so popular that after it had its run, it was going to be a couple of years before Return of the Jedi came out. They had to re-release it, and they re-released it in theaters again and again. It sold out. Lines around the corner, and then they released it a third time. So Empire Strikes Back came out in theaters 3 times over 3 years and sold out every single time. That's what I see Naja 2 doing in China, is that even if they have a run where they want to, okay, let's give some other movies a chance, anytime they re-release Naja 2, it's going to sell out again because it's literally that good.
yeah.
But the stuff they make for us is going to be Assassin's Creed Shadows 2.
Yep. See, yeah, there was a time when Zork was a AAA game. Video games cost too much to make these days. Yeah, I believe there's no actual source, but based off of I guess murmurs and people talking around and sort of I guess you would say more of like how it was before. This game was like anywhere between $250 to $300 million.
Yeah, too much
Just
money.
crazy.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Are you Phil's friend that works in sound effects?
No, I was just about to respond to him. That's not me. I'm Phil's friend who used to work in animation.
Yeah. 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 It's not okay. It's not Activision, all right, chat. Not
Yeah,
Activision.
I didn't work at Activision. Yeah, we worked.
So
we
it's
worked
not. So it's not that story. It's not the bathroom story. All right. Oh my god. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh, I just started playing that game about a couple months ago. I love it. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I actually really enjoy playing the game.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I would say it's really good. I would say I give it like an 8.5. Like the story is probably the weakest point. Everything else is really good.
Yeah, it gets a little repetitious after a while, but I just love the fact they made they recreated Hogwarts, and I just like walking around the place.
Yeah, yeah. Like like later on, like we can get to like fly around with the broom and stuff like that. It gets really cool.
It's really cool. Yeah.
But yeah, the reason why we're talking about that is because according to Forbes, Hogwarts Legacy expansion canceled despite 30 million copies sold.
Can't imagine why.
I think I don't know why. Maybe Grae, do you know why? Like, have you heard about it?
I don't. I think they put, instead of putting resources into like a sequel or like a definitive edition, they put it on stuff like Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, and the Multiverses games. Though, so like I think they're mitigating their risks now. But if I were them, they should have just continued with this one because they know they were going to make a profit out of this one. I don't know why they chose to cancel this one. Warner Brothers decision making is really questionable. They kind of don't know what they're doing. I think what the plan is now, we're gonna try making another live service game until we succeed. I think that's their mentality right now. Hence why they canceled this one. So Unless they're really making a sequel, but I think that's what if ever they're making a sequel for this, I think they are really trying hard to make it a live service game. So yeah,
Uh,
that's what I think.
I I think it would be okay. My original thing was I remember when I was talking to my brother about this. I was like, "Oh, you gonna play Hogwarts Legacy?" And he's like, "Oh, is it? Can I play with you?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Oh man, it would be so cool if like you and like four buddies like can like hop on together, like do like GTA ship on Hogwarts." And you could be a bad guy. You could be a Death Eater or some shit like that. Like I would love that, man. But I believe this game has gotten a lot of like, despite the quote unquote fake boycotts, the fake outage, like, oh, did you play that wizard game bullshit that came out several years ago?
It's a phobic game, yeah.
This game is so fucking good. I love this game. Like I said, story is the weakest point, but everything else is so good. And it's absolutely retarded that they're not making an expansion. Like I remember they're supposed to add in like Quidditch. It's like, oh, people were talking about Quidditch and never added it in. I'm not sure if it's in the game. I haven't touched the game since. I heard there's a couple of updates for Sebastian saying that they actually gave him like a better story, but they should have made this like this is literally their like bread and butter in terms of like how good this IP is. Unless they're maybe saving money for trying to make it part 2, is because maybe they're doing like a dual release with Harry Potter series and the game. Maybe they're saving money for that. Is because like that's a really smart move if you do it that way, is because like you can piggyback off of the success of the TV show. I'm pretty sure whether or not you like Black Snape, I think the show is going to be successful. But
Yeah, that makes sense. If they're like timing the sequel to release alongside the TV show. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's also possible. Let's hope they're smart enough to think of it that way. Because yeah, and they shouldn't like double down on like the live service and the predatory monetary practices. Instead, just focus on making it a good game.
mhm.
Whether it's single player or multiplayer.
Well, like our boy Gary always says, Warner Brothers, up until a few years ago, was the world's dumbest company. Disney's been giving it a real run for its money on that one, but they kind of
Yeah.
neck and neck sometimes.
Yeah, like
I always just shrug, like, "Oh, they made another stupid decision." Well, that's Warner Brothers.
yeah. But yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is easily one of the biggest success stories in gaming in the last few years, and a totally new series, albeit based on a big IP that has sold over 30 million copies at this point, previously having beat out this launch year's Call of Duty, an extremely rare feat. Now, Bloomberg is reporting that a big unannounced expansion for the game set to release this year, a definitive edition of the game, is canceled. This is confusing, as we couldn't have been more than half a year or so away from this launching, and presumably a bunch of it has already been developed. But the report says that the total amount of content did not match the cost of expansion. Cost cutting has been a theme as of late, with WB having canceled its previously announced Wonder Woman game and closing that studio. It began laying off Rocksteady devs after the disastrous Suicide Squad release.
Oh, so Suicide Squad is what caused this. They lost so much off that they now have to cut other places too, which means that the stuff that's good has to suffer. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, single player live service game.
God.
Yeah.
This is somewhat of reminiscence of what happened with GTA 5, a game that sold an incredible amount of copies and had some single player DLC planned, but ultimately it was all scrapped in favor of GTA Online and pumping out content for that instead. That did, in fact, work out quite well, but in the case of Hogwarts Legacy, there's no online component to fall back, much to David Zaslav's dismay. Yeah, like I said, if this game was online, like you can actually like hop into your buddy's world or something like that and fucking fly around and like just like fuck shit up, I think it would have been really fucking good. Like imagine an MMO with like Hogwarts like Legacy, and I think that would be fucking cool.
MMO would be good, like a Harry Potter world, or even just something limited like multiplayer. Like I've been going back and playing State of Decay 2 recently, and kind of getting ready for State of Decay 3. And that game is a single player game, but it also has a multiplayer option where you can just have a squad of up to 4 people just going around and causing havoc, and that would be perfect for this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like I don't agree with the full MMO because I don't think Warner Brothers has the experience to manage that properly, and it's going to cost a lot. Like
Yeah.
the depth of mechanics, like it has to be levels of WoW, which obviously they cannot compete with. And if it fails, it's gonna be another Suicide Squad for them. So which is why I'm kind of like, yeah, focus on single player with multiplayer aspects. Because like, but I think my guess is like in the eyes of management or what their thing is, okay, how do we make the sequel successful and live service so we can get a lot of money, which ultimately is what made Suicide Squad. That's what I'm worried about for this one. That's why I'd rather they just make a direct sequel just to be safe. Single play, still single player, but bigger, better, more features. That's what my preference with a sequel for Hogwarts Legacy will be. Not multiplayer, but make it very limited. Not full blown multiplayer because it's gonna
Yeah.
if it's not sustainable, it's gonna burn them a lot of money again.
And
Yeah.
and because of the existence of Quidditch, or you could even have like Tri-Wizard Tournament type events, you could actually open it up to more than just like 3 of your buddies. You could actually have like a full-on MMO multiplayer thing because it's like Quidditch leagues. Or you could have, like I said, the Tri-Wizard Tournament games. But then when it comes to playing the game, you go back to just either single player or just like you and 3 buddies.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of potential, and they did build a really big, like, oh man, Hogsmeade is wonderful. Hogwarts, like the grounds, the world is just so well put together. It just seems like a waste to not be able to use it all. So it's a shame.
Yeah. I most likely this is going to have a part 2, given how successful this game was. It's made so much money, and the game wasn't even that expensive either.
No,
So,
I got it for
like,
$40 on sale.
so I would say they would probably just save all of this, I guess you would say, expansion for part 2, right? Because a lot of people are like, "Oh, where's this? Where's that?" And I think, yeah, I completely forgot about the Tri-Wizard tournament, like having like different schools come in, like how I see it is like Dark Souls or Elden Ring for like more Souls players, right? You can have it's multiplayer. You can play the game single player, but you can bring your buddies in, but the enemies are harder and they have more HP. So like, but you can bring up to like 2 or 3 buddies and you can like do your main quest with you. Like that would be really, really cool. So and then of course like them dropping like out like dropping gear and stuff like that, that could be pretty fun too. But it like for me, I think it's just a big waste. But yeah, it's so lush and it's like so built out. It's so methodically like captivating in terms of like how detailed this game is. Like I love this game when it came out. Like that, like I said, the worst thing about it is the story. But once we get the story in and you can add more to DLC, like for me, I just like flying around. It's like so good. But yeah, let's see what happens. I hope that they're just put this into their part 2. Hopefully, Avalanche Games, like they're working on it. But some people are saying that Harry Potter purists are very critical of this game. Yeah, I know that.
They're critical of everything Harry Potter, so that's just normal for them.
Look, I know Blabs does not like this game. Okay, I know that. Okay, but yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Ogami sounds so much like Mark Norman.
I was telling you that before, Phil. Remember in the green room? So rough night. You have no idea. So I've been playing a lot of Helldivers too, and I got with this crew. I didn't know who Mark Norman was, and they started freaking out like, "Dude, is this Mark Norman? Mark Norman?" And one of the people on the voice chat actually fired up a YouTube video of Mark Norman stand up, and I could hear it through my headphones, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's me!" And so now, whenever I meet with that crew, I'm just like, every time we take out a bug hole or something, it's like, well, that's because he was gay.
Gay buzz, get him out.
One of the guys, and again, if you look up Mark Norman, he's actually very funny, but he makes a lot of really racy jokes, jokes about race, sex, and sexism, and all this stuff. Is very much like Bill Burr used to be before he, got his balls cut off. But yeah, like there was one time where one of the guys I was playing with, one of the guys who said I sounded like this dude, he was telling me about himself. He's like, hey, it's really easy to play this game all weekend when you're a convicted felon like me. And I said, oh, you're a convicted felon? You don't sound black. Oh. That's a Mark Norman joke. That's exactly kind of, and we ended up failing that mission because they were too busy laughing. But yeah, that's like you're like the third person in the last 3 weeks to say that I sound like that guy. And I did look him up. And I'm like, in real life, I don't sound like him, but over headphones and over mics, we sound exactly alike. So I'll try to incorporate more Mark Norman type humor, Because I'm gay.
Oh man. All right, let's go and read some comments. Let's see. Reminder: Ubisoft wanted to hide that data recently. I'm sure that had nothing to do with the internal projections for Shadows, though. Yeah, like the thing is that if the game is doing really, really well, show us the numbers. How many units did you sell? Right, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 told us. Why can't you guys tell us? Right, how much? Like 3 million players. How much is that? Equal to revenue? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Yeah, Piggyback and Dark Horse have booked deals for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh man, I remember if you bought an Intel Arc GPU, they gave you the free game. I mean, they gave you the game for free. So yeah, but who buys who here has an Arc Intel GPU? Like I've never heard of an Intel GPU until like a couple of weeks ago.
I think it was a couple of years ago where Intel kind of like announced like they were gonna try to get into this GPU market, but I don't see any recommendations for it. It's either Nvidia, which is predominantly the recommended GPU, even though it's more expensive, or AMD. It's like I've never seen someone say, "Oh, get the Nvidia Arc" or whatever it's called.
So Grae, you said that you're saving up for a 4070 Super?
Actually, when I checked our most prominent retailer here in the Philippines, I'm better off just buying an entirely new PC. It's like I've seen like the specs are really good. It's like it's combined.
Go AMD. Like it seems like it's a better deal.
AMD's more affordable.
Like a 9070 like XTX is like $700.
Let me see. Okay, the what? Okay, yeah,
and that one has like 24 like gig VRAM.
What's happening now with our it's like because before, like when our retailers sell like gaming desktops, they're mega expensive. Like, nah, I'd rather just assemble them on my own. But I'm looking at it now. The dynamics changed. It's actually it's like actually a good deal. So wait, let me try to
just buy a 5090, Grae. You're a big baller.
I wish.
Just buy a 5090.
Don't you need more processing power for those AI bots you're working on?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't work for an AI company anymore, Goro. I left already.
What?
Yeah.
The machines took your job already?
Yeah. We made a machine to replace Grae.
A lot of stuff happened. Basically, I'm work from home again, but I earn like pretty much ×3 the money. So yeah. I would definitely. Yeah, it was definitely worth quitting now. The desktop I'm looking at, it's around 171. Okay, let me do a conversion. USD to PHP.
Yeah, you can buy a what's it called again? And 9070 like XT for like $700.
Yeah,
like $800, which is the same cost as like sort of like the 40.
Yeah, I can get a full on desktop, and it looks pretty good too. It's like for around $1,800. It has like the i7 14th gen, the Ripjaws RAM. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, I also get the 1 terabyte NVE, and yeah, the 470 Super, and an 850 watt power supply, gold. And it's like, yeah, it's like all the parts. Okay, I'll just send you guys the link in private. But I think this is not so bad. It's not like, oh my god, it's super expensive. It's not. I don't need that kind of PC, but it's actually not kind of value for money deal. Like there's a cheaper version than this, but it's currently kind of out of stock right now. But this is the next best thing in my opinion, considering how much it's asking for.
Nice.
Yeah.
Rather than buying it individually.
Yeah, that's true. Like for me, that's the reason why. Like for me, I could either spend $1,000 to get a 4070 Super, or I pay $500 more for a pre-built from NZXT that has a 3090, which has 24 gigs of VRAM, 64 gigs of RAM. I think at 850. So it's like all
Yeah,
water cooled.
I would
So like
I would think the savings on just me having to put everything together would be worth it. Just
that's the fun part, though.
I don't know.
I actually
Yeah,
like
but
putting PCs together. They're pretty fun.
but yeah, for me it's like because like I'm not that as familiar as like I feel like I should be more well versed with each component, like the motherboard, the intricacies of a motherboard, a GPU. For me, it's like if I like get the parts individual, there's that risk of me like screwing up on the compatibility. That's what I'm worried about, and it'll end up me costing more than getting it pre-built or having the store assembled. That's what I'm worried about. So it's like this the desktop that I sent you in private chat. I think it's not that bad. Like the
It's
money
nice.
it's
It
asking
actually
for.
looks nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
given the specs, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I know that NZXT basically went out of business, but like I bought this one used. Like I didn't buy it directly from them. So yeah. See. Yo, Hollow Ninja with the 5. Thank you, man. What's up, guys? Currently in Osaka. Ooh, nice. Have fun, man. This country is beautiful, amazing, and the people are very kind to me. Really different from America Eggrolls. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be
Definitely,
going to
100.
Japan on October with my cousins. So excited for that.
Ever since me and my wife came back from Japan, all we talk about is like we got to go back to Japan.
Yeah, I might as well share. I'll share it. I'll share it to you guys. Which one I'm referring to? Yeah, because for me that's a good deal for like given the specs that it's offering. Well, not super good deal, but it's not bad. It's not like oh shit, this is way too expensive. Not really, in my opinion.
Yeah. See. But yo, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. And let's see. And yo, a Hollow Ninja with another 5. I'm positive that Assassin's Creed Shadows sold pretty decent, but people are not having a great experience with it. They do have some refinements to make in that game. I've seen I believe if you just talk like this game by itself, you're not comparing it to anything else. The game is fine, according to what I heard. It's fine. The story is okay, like at best, and then the gameplay is like maybe like a 6 or a 7, right? But if you're comparing it to other games, right? Because they're saying that this is supposed to be the best Assassin's Creed Shadows game ever. No, best Assassin's Creed game ever.
It's a quadruple A game.
And now you're comparing this to like Ghost of Tsushima, Rise of the Ronin, or actual like other good like samurai games, and this falls really short. Yeah, like Sekiro, right? So, but if you're talking about itself, yeah, I think the game is fine. Like it's good enough. But yo, thanks so much for the 5, man.
Tsushima is a really high bar. Like
yeah,
if it's not that, as far as I'm concerned, it's not even worth playing.
Yeah. But yo, Mitchell Fields with the 2. Yo, Grae 8 through 10 CPU cores, DDR4, 32 RAM, you're fine.
Yeah, I think the link I sent you is even better than that. And considering the price it's asking, they're not asking for a lot of money, in my opinion. It's not overcharging to a really high degree, in my opinion, the link I sent. So I might just get an entirely new PC rather than trying to upgrade it incrementally, which I think it might even cost more than getting a new PC.
Yeah. Grae, just get a Mac.
Yeah, with no games to play.
Yeah, quadruple A. True. Tenchu is the best ninja game. Yeah. If it was as good as Tenchu from PS1, come on, man. Like what are you doing? Just be careful. That's not not one of the affected 14th gen processors that has a lot of issues. Yeah, the 14th gen processors has a shit ton of issues, man. Holy shit.
The 14th gen? I know the 13th one does.
Like I remember like I was having issues with like Black Myth Wukong. Like it won't boot. It'll keep crashing. So that's why I have to buy it on console. Yeah. All right, what do I have?
But
what gen do I have?
I think Black Myth had some optimization issues at launch on PC. Maybe it's better for you now.
It's probably better now, but like at launch, it was like it's unplayable.
I think it's more of the optimization than your hardware.
Yeah, I was watching what's it called again? Asmongold. Like it basically took him like I think like an hour to boot up the game because it keeps crashing. So it was awful, man.
Yeah, that's why I got the PS5 version. Given my current setup right now, it's like might have a hard time.
Well, that was a
Yeah.
mistake. I just went on Steam to look up the Steam store to look up Tenchu. You should try it. It's pretty funny.
Tenchu. Oh,
Yeah, it's not on Steam. Just so you know.
just go to Steam and check out Tenchu.
Yeah, like type in Tenchu in the search.
Is it like an adult version?
There's 5 of them that I can see.
Oh, that means it's a good game if it has 5.
Let's see. We got Love and Life Lucky Teacher for $8.99. We got Love and Life Lucky Teacher Light of a New Day for $2.99. It's a DLC. VR Porn Hentai Teachers. I typed
Are they cheap?
You gotta get that game. You gotta
say VR Porn Hentai Teachers is $19.99. That's not too bad. Intense. Miyu-chan Teaches Rock, $3.99. Horny Teachers Want to Fuck,
$19.99. You gotta stream that game.
Steam.
Just stream it on Rumble. Stream it on Rumble.
I'll be playing the
Venus
game.
I need to get an online presence going. Maybe that'll be the beginning of my streaming career. It was like,
yep.
Okay, everyone, we're playing Horny Teachers Want to Fuck. Chats.
Oh shit, man. Mitchell Fields with the 5.
Yeah,
that GPU has 12 gig of VRAM. That's starting not to be enough. Yeah, you need at least like 16.
I don't know. It's still, for me, it's like the 12 GB ones are already quite pricey. So maybe because like the way I see like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's like its recommended specs are 4070. So I think I'm good with that for now. So I don't see it. In the coming years, I highly doubt they're gonna. Oh, all games are good. You have to be recommended 5090. I doubt that given today's economy. I think that's how I see it. Like at least not in the next 5 years.
Yeah, NZXT where the guys quietly change components to lower grade stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't touch anything they do. Yeah, no, I like I said, I bought an NZXT case for my wife when I built hers, but this was back in 2018, and then this one I bought it used from another person, so I didn't buy it directly from them, which is good because I heard like they basically like fuck with your financing. So going from like a $1,500 or $1,800 PC after all the financing garbage that you have to do, like it eventually becomes like $3,000. So I heard it's like it's not good. Like that's the reason why like I know that like I'm not gonna buy anything from them. I just bought this used because it comes with the like. Here's the thing, I could just basically strip out the 3090 and put it on my old case and basically strip the 850 gold, right? Yeah, the NZXT had cases that would burn. Yeah, like as of right now, like I'm checking it. I heard there was like some like shortage issues, so I'll keep in mind because I know that Maximilian dude, he was partnered with NZXT as well, and one of his streaming PCs is from NZXT, so we'll see. But thanks for the heads up, man. Thank you. See, Hollow Ninja with the 2 building from now on, never buying a comp again. It's fun to build, man.
Yeah, but the thing for me, it's like because like my original plan was like buy this GPU, buy the motherboard, buy the CPU, but it'll come at a cost where like I have to pull out the RAM in this PC, the hard drive in this PC, so it'll become an unusable PC. But if I buy a new one, this could potentially be a streaming PC. Then this new one is my gaming PC. So I'm also looking into that possibility as well. And rather than like having a lot of spare parts in this old PC, right? So I might as well leave it as a fully functional PC for the future, whether like my mom wants to have it or I'll have it as backup. So I'm also looking at that angle.
But thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you. Grae, did you play Xenoblade Chronicles X?
Okay.
Thoughts?
Okay, yeah. So I tweeted out recently that I also bought Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So I'll be starting with that first when I'm done with the Astral Chain video, either today or tomorrow. So once I'm done with Astral Chain, I will do Xenoblade 2. So I'm not gonna play 2 Xenoblade games back to back. I think that's crazy. I'm gonna get burnt out by that. So Xenoblade 2, then maybe sometime later in the future, maybe later in the year, I'll do Xenoblade Chronicles X. But I do have both games already. I did play it a little bit. I think it's pretty good. But people are saying that 2 has the better story. And X is like story's kind of mid or so. So I think I was recommended play 2 first, so you'll have a better appreciation of X. So which is what I did.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and talk about our next topic right over here. This comes to us from Hollywood Reporter. Behind Amazon MGM's Jen Psaki ouster and its fallout. So Jen Psaki has stepped down and her position is gone. So she will not be replaced. Her position is completely gone. So this is huge. But
Hollywood Reporter actually just admitted underperformers like Lord of the Rings. I thought that was the most popular thing on TV right now.
Yeah.
According to the trades. Whoops.
That show sucked. Holy shit. Did we finish season 2? What happens at the end?
I
don't even fucking remember. I think we did finish it. I just don't remember.
We did. We just don't, it just shows the quality of the show that we forgot already.
I know. What's it called again? Elrond and Galadriel kiss at one time.
Yeah, and like a lot of the story was like Celebrimbor being bamboozled by Sauron.
Yeah, Sauron to make the rings.
Yeah. What else?
And then they killed Bronwyn off screen. You remember that?
Yeah.
Off screen.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man, that show sucked. All right, let's go and read this. Yes, there were some big hits like Reacher, but pricey underperformance like Lord of the Rings and Citadel, along with little movement from the Bond franchise, didn't help. Even if, as Chief Mike Hopkins is telling insiders, it was simply a matter of streamlining the org chart. Yeah, I bet you she was very, very expensive, and they're not replacing her. On May 14th of last year, MGM Studios, Amazon, Jennifer Psaki took a stage at Pier 36 in New York City, looking to convince advertisers that Amazon was playing to win in Hollywood. Welcome to the next 100 years of Amazon MGM Studios, Psaki said to those gathered at the cavernous event space, which also featured piles of cash guarded by besuited security. What? Why would they do that? That's so stupid. Besuited by security guards to promote Mr. Beast games and a Roadhouse Cabana bar. Did you guys watch the Beast games?
Nah. So I know Mr. Beast is the most prominent YouTuber ever, but yeah, not really a fan of the guy.
I actually had to tell my some of my family members to not let my nieces and nephews watch him anymore.
And eat Lunchleys. Don't let them eat Lunchleys.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. What followed was a cavalcade of stars meant to underscore that Amazon was committed to the business. Will Ferrell, Roger Federer, Jake Gyllenhaal, Aldous Hodge, Alicia Keys, Patton Oswalt, Kiki Palmer, Alan Richardson, Octavia Spencer, Hannah Waddingham, and Reese Witherspoon were amongst those that joined Psaki on stage. In the entertainment business, of course, commitment is never permanent. Psaki successfully sold Amazon's ambitions to Madison Avenue, but less than a year later, Amazon executive Mike Hopkins, who oversees the tech giant's video efforts, told employees that Psaki was out, shifting to a production deal. Yeah, she basically was not doing that, and then basically removing her from that basically chief position. So this is huge. I don't think this is going to do anything though. But what do you guys think about this?
Yeah, I think it's generally good. I don't know the behind the scenes, but given what we've seen, I did watch Ryan's video about this. Like, she did have some hits like Jack Reacher and Terminalist. Yeah, but that's about it. I think everything else was a flop. So if you're gonna combine everything and the net, if it's a net positive or net negative, definitely it's a net negative with Rings of Power alone. So I think it's a good thing. That's all I can say, because I don't really know. I'm not really in depth in the movies industry or TV shows industry compared to video games. So yeah, I think hopefully whoever replaces her is like someone actually competent.
There's no replacement though. Her position is just gone.
It's just gone. Yeah. I just hope overall management it will be better then. Yeah.
What about you, Ogami?
Yeah, I think if you have more misses than hits, like kind of our friend Avi over there with all the Marvel stuff, your job should be based on performance. And hers was not, until it sounds like they came to their senses and now getting rid of her. Hopefully that's a sign of more things to come. Maybe they'll just stop doing stuff, because I'm actually dreading to see. I know that Henry Cavill's working on Warhammer.
Mhm.
I'm scared for him. I'm scared for what's going to come out of that. I'm afraid that they will eventually cause him to walk off of that too, because we know what their agenda is. Maybe they're coming to their senses, saying, you know, we actually suck at this, and maybe we should just stop and just stick to shipping, because that's what really makes us our money.
They fired her because she was always sulking.
Damn it!
I'll be quiet now. Oh man. Oh
Ah,
man. But yeah, like I is this true? She's also the reason we haven't gotten any more Stargate.
again, blessing. I wrote in the chat. You know, someone was saying that she's the reason we don't have Conan. Look at what she did to Rings of Power. It's good that she didn't get her hands on Conan. It's good that she didn't get her hands on Stargate. The less she does, the better. And the fact that she's gone and won't be replaced, that's good. Hopefully they just stop completely.
Yeah. Let's see. On Thursday, March 27th, Hopkins spent the afternoon on the Horn assuring agents and talents that Soki's surprise removal, because she was legitimately just fired, was simply a matter of streamlining Amazon's org chart. He told people that he wanted a traditional studio with a designated film and television boss who reported to him directly, and that Soki was an added and unnecessary layer.
That's funny if that's like a quote, a direct quote. that's
Holy shit.
unnecessary. She's unnecessary.
A source who spoke with him tells a Hollywood Reporter, but no one was fully buying that narrative. Nah, she's garbage. I'm buying it. Soki's departure comes as a tech giant was in the thick of planning this year's annual upfront event for advertisers, with plans to host an evening event at New York's Beacon Theater on May 12th, featuring a star-studded lineup of talent and news from Amazon's vast entertainment universe, spanning Prime Video, Amazon MGM Studios, Fire TV channels, Twitch, Wondery, IMDb, Amazon Live, and Amazon Music. Not to mention that the studio will be decamping to Las Vegas next week for its first ever presentation for theater owners at CinemaCon. So this is absolutely crazy that, like, hey, you know what? Let's get rid of this bitch. She's awful. And you know, all like the amount of she probably got paid, like, as a chief, she probably got paid like maybe like $400,000 a year or some shit like that, which is a lot of money. And she's been there for quite some time, so hopefully that money goes back into like making good shit. But they have been coming out with like a lot of crappy stuff as of late too. But like I said, Amazon is a hit or miss. Most of them is a miss, like what Ogami said. That scale, however, underscores the reality of entertainment business in a world that is increasingly driven by technology giants. In the not so distant past, studio chiefs and network presidents were titans of industry, star makers who could make or break careers and sculpt popular culture. The tech companies engaged in a slow takeover of Hollywood seem to feel differently. But yeah, I think this is hilarious. Hopefully, we will actually get Conan. We will actually get Stargate. We'll actually get better shit in the future. But with Rings of Power, that's I think that's basically dead in the water. Given the fact that they spent so much money on this show, and but yeah, we'll see. I Are you guys looking forward to, now that she's not there, Warhammer?
I believe I already said it. I'm dreading. I'm dreading it.
Yeah, I'm on
I
the
know
same
that Cavill is struggling against the studio system. We already know. I mean, for those who've been following it, the whole thing about the female custodies, that was a studio thing. That was Amazon going above Henry's head directly to Games Workshop and having it out with them. And I'm sure he wasn't very happy about that. But that's the kind of stuff they're doing now. Maybe it's going to change because, again, it's now current year. It's a new. There seems to be a new momentum against the DIE, against the ESG. I think it's the start of something. We'll have to see if they can. If they seem to be a little bit scared. They seem to be dialing back all this stuff. Firing her is a good sign. I think it's a good start, but it's not sufficient by itself. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they're gonna really come to their senses and say, okay, we're gonna just let the people who love this stuff and know how to tell the story do their thing. But I don't trust them. How many times do you have to be burned before you realize that you can't trust them? You can't give them the benefit of the doubt. So I think maybe she was just a scapegoat. She's just like, okay, a sacrificial lamb. We got rid of her. You guys, we're good now, right? So now we're gonna ruin more stuff.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, she's just one person. It takes an entire team to ruin stuff like Rings of Power. In my opinion, it's not just one person at the top. So yeah, I'm not like I think there needs to be more layoffs and replaced by people who actually love the source material and actually want to make good entertainment. So yeah, until that happens, it's better to be skeptical about what Amazon does overall. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, things like Reacher and Terminalist, those are exceptions, just like good video game movies.
Yep.
Every time I say they can't make video game movies, they always bring up the Mario movie. Every time I say Amazon sucks at making stuff, they bring up Reacher. That's the exceptions. Exceptions prove the rule, guys. They do not disprove the rule. They're exceptions because everything else is shit.
Let's see. Don't think Sulky had much to do with Reach or Terminalist, so would not credit her for those hits. I believe she got those, but I don't think I believe she was able to. Yeah, she probably just got her name on it. But yeah, man, they have James Bond though.
Oh god,
that's gonna be bad.
I mean, the good news is it can't really get any worse. So they're in a good
yes, it can.
They're in a good spot. They're pretty low.
Transgender Jamie Bond.
I thought they already did that with the well, to quote Mark Norman, the black chick.
Well, the black chick's not trans.
I don't know that. I can't tell. How do you?
Can't tell. They all of them look alike.
I mean, I can't tell the difference. How do you tell?
Oh man. Let's see. Mitchell Fields with the 5. A Steam hardware software survey. People use 43%, 8 gigs, 24%, 12 gigs. People buy a used GPU, upgrade off Java, and save a ton of money.
Nice tip.
There it is, yo. Thank you for the 5, man. Thank you. Amy Pascal will be in charge with some guy. Nope.
What? Just some guy? Oh, I haven't seen him in a lot. Wow.
The cream of some young guy. Let's see. Has Henry finished filming Voltron in Australia? Wait, he's doing Voltron? A live action Voltron?
I can't tell if that's a troll or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Let's see. She was busy with Wheel of Time and Rings of Power. Oof. Let's see. She killed the Expanse to make more Rings of Power. Oh man, heard Expanse was really good, and then did it fall off?
I only saw the first season. The first season was great. I didn't watch it after that though.
Yeah. Let's see. The first Tomb Raider movie made quite a bit of money at the turn of the century. Well, because of Angelina Jolie.
I mean, she looked exactly like Lara Croft.
Yep.
Excellent casting.
See. I was trying to remember that site. Which one? Which
one
site?
That he just said that you buy the upgraded GPUs.
Oh, the Java site?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Voltron is real. Yeah, I heard they were making one, and there was like a rumor a long time ago saying that like Leonardo DiCaprio wanted to be in it, but I'm not sure. And we'll see. The JSG would unironically be an improvement on the Lord of the Rings front, even though he completely lost his marbles.
JSG? Who's that?
I have no idea. I'm pretty
not
stupid,
hip, guys. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. An ill form of the head. Yeah. See, love the OG Tomb Raider films. Yeah. Oh, just some guy. Okay, just some guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about. Go ahead and talk about Avengers Doomsday. Did you guys watch the 5 hour?
What? 5 hours?
It was a 5-hour live stream garnering over 270 million views. One of the highest viewed videos Marvel to date.
Yeah,
It was 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't know such. I didn't even know a big event like that happened.
And then literally the next day they just listed the names, so you didn't even have to watch it.
Yeah. So Grae and let's go on and watch this, and Ogami, let's go on and watch this video. And if you guys haven't already seen it, like I've seen this so many times already. This is probably like my 5th or 6th time seeing this. Lower down the volume just a little bit. Are you guys excited for this movie though? Before we watch this?
Fuck no.
What is Thor? Why is Thor? I don't know. I didn't.
Okay.
I have no.
Remember, why was Thor in Deadpool and Wolverine? I think Ryan Reynolds will be in this movie. Right? It's like, why is Thor crying? What am I doing with Thor? Remember him on Spider-Man Wolverine? Ogami, did you watch Spider-Man Wolverine?
You mean Deadpool Wolverine?
Spider-Man. Yeah, Deadpool Wolverine. Sorry.
I don't remember. I mean, Deadpool's pretty much Spider-Man, but I don't remember Thor being in.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, wait,
I was.
I do remember now. Like Thor was crying because Deadpool was dead.
Yeah, he pointed to the cameras in the back, right?
Yeah.
Not the cameras, like the monitors. And he's like, "Why is Thor crying? What's happening?" And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about that." So yeah, he
spoilers,
was,
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a mini, like, look, I'm pretty sure everyone, if you guys wanted to watch Deadpool Wolverine, you guys would have seen it already.
It's a great that movie was so good. It has some really great cameos.
Yeah, coming from a person who hates Deadpool, that's crazy.
I can't help it. You can't help results.
Yeah, it's actually good.
End up with the perfect thing.
Yeah. All right, let's go and watch this.
Who?
Vanessa Kirby. She's going to be playing Invisible Woman. Did you watch Shobbs and Hall? Shobbs and Hall.
Oh, okay. Yeah. With
Yeah.
The Rock and Jason Statham. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah,
she's
the
a
girl.
sister.
She was pretty cool. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. That's Black African American.
Captain Everything Other Than America. Yes.
Yeah. You got to do better. You got to do better, Senator.
Well, no, he's like Captain. It represents a lot of things, and America isn't one of them. That was
true.
Right.
Okay, so this is according to one person yesterday, Letitia Wright.
Letitia. You would go a lot further if that is how you pronounce her name.
Letitia Wright. All right. So
what role is she?
So Letitia is she's what's it called again?
No, not Riri.
Oh God.
Yeah.
She's Shuri. She's basically the new Black Panther.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like super hardcore canceled during COVID because she came out against the jab.
That's why I can't really hate her too much because she was talking sense.
Yeah, based. All right, let's continue. You know that one.
Who's that guy?
So Wyatt Russell, I believe, is Russell. Wyatt Russell is U.S. agent. He was basically the Captain America that's not Captain America from Falcon and Winter Soldier TV show.
I think I saw one of our favorite reviewers said that basically he did U.S. agent did nothing wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is basically U.S. agent.
Cool. All right. Oh, is that Namor? Wait. How's the line go? He goes, but then my enemies call me Namor. Like, okay, was there an actual white supremacist who wrote that line? Because that sounds like someone making fun of him. It's like, those who call me
fucking exclamation mark. Okay, in front of the name. There's a click. Oh shit,
right.
Man.
Poor guy.
But yeah, the crazy, like I love bringing this up. You know how to defeat him in the movie, right? I didn't watch this movie, by the way. I didn't watch Wakanda Forever.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So this guy's Mexican. Just putting it out there. This guy's Mexican.
Well, he's Aztec, right? He's supposed to be like an Aztec god type.
Yeah.
Guy.
So he is basically illegally entered into Wakanda.
Of course.
All
As
right.
everyone does, yeah.
And then they use a machine to dry off his wet, moist back.
Have we tried that? We should try
So,
that.
so that chat, if you don't know what that is basically another word that is a racial slurs to Mexicans. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Grae understood. Grae, did you get that reference? Wetback.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, illegal immigrants, because in order to get into America, especially through Texas, they have to cross the Rio Grande.
Don't say it; you'll get demonetized. Yeah.
Yeah, we're already there, Hasa Taco. Yeah, we call them wetbacks if you want to be mean.
Yeah, so basically, what it is that they come through the river, right? They go into Texas, and they come out of the river, and they're all wet. So that's the reason why. Yeah. So there's an actual word for it, which is crazy. We refer to words beaners. Oh shit, man. Oh fuck, man. We're demonetized already anyway. So let's continue.
Oh no!
Asian representation. Oh, we're back, boys. Asian representation. Let's go. Oh man.
The Chinese superhero that China said, that guy's ugly as shit.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Chinese audiences were turned off. I was like, why'd you pick the ugliest guy you could find to play a superhero? What the hell is wrong with you people? White people.
Yeah. Yeah. It's there's so much more. Like they could have gone to China and gotten like a Chinese actor to play him. But he's pretty woke. So I think that's the reason why.
I know so many people that actually do watch a lot of the Chinese. China has been killing it with like the period dramas. They're not discovering, but they're just celebrating their like old folklore. And for some reason, it comes out as like all their male stars are these super gay, super pretty guys in dresses. That's who they find beautiful. And Simu Liu is not that guy. So like the fact that when I saw him, I was like, oh man, the middle-aged Chinese women are gonna be pissed. And they were. They were just like this guy's ugly as fuck. Why didn't you pick a pretty guy in a dress? Come on.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think the girls who think he's attractive, like, look, of course, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But this guy's pretty, in my opinion, like he's probably as mid as I am in terms of looks. But the fact that he's muscular, I think that's the only thing. Like he's some Kim's Convenience. Oh, he's muscular. Let's go. I was like,
yeah, that sounds like some LWW stuff. Liberal white girls were like, oh yeah, he's got muscles and he looks Chinese, right?
Yeah, like what Rough Knight said. Simu, the king of boba, the boba king Liu. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. The Beast
is pretty cool.
Back.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So Beast, so if you guys didn't, I'm pretty sure Ogami's favorite movie, The Marvels, he saw a Beast in there, right?
I didn't watch The Marvels.
It was a post credit.
I didn't even really like X-Men 3, but the Beast was actually, Kelsey Grammer's Beast was actually surprisingly good.
Yeah. So Kelsey Grammer basically shows up at the end of the movie because Monica Rambeau basically not time traveled. She went to a different universe where a Beast is actually there. So, and this is a 3D Beast. So it's comic book accurate. It does not look like the one X3.
So basically, he's built like the Hulk. That's great.
Yeah, he's like super fucking tall too.
Yeah,
which is awesome. So Lewis Pullman, he is going to be playing Sentry, and this is sort of weird.
Oh, another evil Superman, huh?
Yeah. So this is sort of weird, is because I wonder if this is a spoiler. The fact that he's in this movie, because Sentry is supposed to be a bad guy. So yeah, I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Okay. Don't know.
That is Mexican Falcon. Because
oh yeah, okay.
So he was in what's it called?
Captain America.
Yeah, he was in Captain America 4, and he was in Falcon Winter Soldier, and he basically takes up the mantle as Falcon, as Anthony Mackie's sidekick.
All right.
Okay. Joseph Quinn. I believe that's let me double check. I think that's Eddie. Yeah. Joseph Quinn is Eddie from Stranger Things.
Yeah, who's he gonna be in this movie?
He's playing Human Torch.
Okay.
Human Torch, which is fine. He looks the part, which is great.
Mm.
You know, just I like it. I like Joseph Quinn.
Cool.
David Harbour, we already know. Winston Duke is M'Baku. We're vegetarians.
Okay.
We're vegetarians.
Is he the great gorilla? It's like super cringe title.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know who this is. She's Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp. She's from Part 2.
Okay.
Ant-Man 2. She's Ghost.
Oh, look.
And here we go. This is what everyone's actually excited for. You like Patrick Stewart, right, Ogami?
Yeah, but when I watched, what was the one where it was when the old X-Men met the new X-Men and Hugh Jackman went back in time.
Days of Future Past.
Yeah, and basically it was a snuff film. They basically just killed off all the old X-Men, including him, just completely nerfed him. It was like it was kind of like Thanos beating the Hulk with a body slam. It's like I got pissed watching just everyone die so easily. And so ever since then, I'm just like, just don't make me do that again. I don't want to sit there and watch Patrick Stewart again as Professor X after you. Oh, and they messed him up twice. So first they did a snuff film where they killed all the original X-Men super easy, and then you see the Logan, old man, based on Old Man Logan, where there's Patrick Stewart again as Professor X. Only now he's basically a psychic bomb that goes off every now and then, and they have to kill him.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to see him as.
This is going to be the fourth time they're going to kill him off.
God damn it!
So okay, so the first one he gets Thanos snapped, right? He basically turns into dust from Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then he gets his neck broken in Multiverse of Madness from Doctor Strange 2.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, he gets his neck snapped by Wanda.
So that's 2-0 against some chick. Yep,
and then he gets stabbed in Old Man Logan.
Yeah, he has to. He's a second bomb.
He's gonna die in this movie. Okay, he's going to die.
And those crappy Sentinels just wipe him out because he's got no defense. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. How many times? Oh boy.
What was that?
I said, how many times can they kill my boy?
No, it's never enough. Never.
There's never too many. Like Sean Bean, you can.
Yeah, every every show movie he always dies.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So we got Ian McKellen.
I had watched them in the Days of Future Past. Ian McKellen was great as Magneto. Magneto was absolutely awesome as a nemesis, as a villain. And then in Days of Future Past, he just gets completely face planted by these crappy Sentinels, and I was so angry.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna watch that again. Thank you.
See. All right. So Alan Cumming is coming back as Nightcrawler.
Interesting. How old is he now?
I don't know. He might be in his 60s.
Okay.
Alan, I'm coming. He is 60. Yeah, exactly 60 years old. And I believe recently, even on his Instagram or whatever social media, he walked in the camera like doing like a Nightcrawler pose or something like that. So I think he's going to be.
Is he going to be Nightcrawler?
Yeah, he's Nightcrawler because he was Nightcrawler in X2.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's going to be coming back, and we know that Kelsey Grammer is going to be coming. I think they're all going to be CGI.
Yeah, I'm kind of more worried than excited. Like there's just too many people, man, in one movie. There's too many. That's the danger of like multiverse and bringing in so many. There's no way they're gonna have enough prime time for them to be, fully fleshed out in a movie.
Okay. We got Rebecca Romaine coming back as Mystique.
They're basically bringing back all the X-Men that they couldn't use because Fox owned them.
Yeah. So I don't. Okay. I hope they recast Anna Paquin's character Rogue because we have James Marsden as Cyclops. Which is fine. I hopefully they fix Cyclops and not making him like a fucking bitch.
They killed him like a bitch too.
Yeah, fucking kill them off screen like a fucking simp, like a fucking tier 3 like Twitch simp and stuff like that. Like at least make him cool. Like in like I know a lot of people like had a lot of issues with what's it called again? To me, my Sexman, the guy who did X-Men 97. But like at least they in the cartoon and animated series, like they made Cyclops cool.
Yep.
Because of this. So
all right, we're finally gonna get Gambit. Nice.
Gambit.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they call me the Gambit, right? He's kind of make a name for himself, right? So, I hope they bring in a different one because they said that they're gonna bring in Kiki Palmer. There was like Kiki Palmer was actually like she said that she wants to be Rogue, but she's black. So
They would do it.
I think they would. What about Kitty Pryde? Yeah, bring him back as what's it called again?
I mean, as long as
Kyle Pride.
as long as we're CGing people, I mean, Elliot could come back and just do the voice because not like Elliot's voice has changed at all.
Yeah.
CG the rest. They'll have to CG out all the terrible, like, I don't know if you've ever seen Elliot's interviews lately, but it looks like he's literally in pain all the time. So they're gonna have to CG all those pain wrinkles in his forehead. But yeah, they could do it.
Yeah. Like for me, I think Ellen Page was like super cute. Like especially in her as Kitty Pryde, and then of course her as her in what's that movie again? Hero? The one with like James Super. No, Super. The one with the movie called Super. The one that James Gunn made where like she basically like sexually assaulted, well, but she basically raped what's it called again? Rainn Wilson's character in that movie. Which is fucking crazy. But yeah, I thought she was cute, and then you go on ahead and ruin herself. Yeah, Inception. Yeah, she was also in Inception and in Juno. Yep. Everyone's favorite character.
Yes.
Reed Richards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's playing Mr. Fantastic. All right, we're almost done. I thought this was stupid. I thought this was fucking stupid, but this was 5 hours long.
Yeah, how was it 5 hours long?
Because it was like every 12 minutes they show another chair.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So the question of did either of you guys watch it was meant to be rhetorical, obviously.
Oh man. I heard Steph, my nerdy home, watched it.
Well, I hope you streamed it and monetized it.
Let's see. Doomsday. Let's go ahead and go. Let's go to the Marvel thing, okay? Let's go to the live stream.
I don't know.
Okay,
I agree, Grae.
Grae, what does this say over here? I'm gonna zoom in, okay? What does it say over here in this video?
5 hours, 27 minutes, and 52 or 32 seconds. I'm not
52 seconds.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, and
that is talk about disrespect of time.
Yeah, they had a lot of people watching it. They had a lot. This was crazy.
4.5 million views, guys. Man, there's better ways to spend your time.
But yeah, this was crazy, and it's
literally you just put it on in the background, I guess.
Yeah. So basically, they come in, right? They come in. Some guy puts down a chair, and that's it. And then you wait up until like 13 minutes in, another chair pops up. You wait again, another chair pops. So every like 11 minutes, another chair pops up. And there's 27 chairs.
Actually,
So stupid.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah, this is, for me. It's like for this to be hyped up, even though like a lot of it, like hardcore Marvel fans know. I personally, because I don't consider myself hardcore, just an absolute normie when it comes to MCU. This is something that this is like end game level in terms of all these number of characters. Like I like, even if you make it, let's say, a 4 or 5 hour movie, I don't think that's still enough for all these characters to have their their prime time for people to like actually like them. There
Yeah.
needs to be like a chronological movie, but yeah, again, it's such a risky investment to make all those movies at once, kind of like MCU Phase 2, Phase
Yeah.
1 to 3. Then yeah,
Well, like
I
the movie is coming out next year. So and then the Secret Wars is coming out a year after that. So it's gonna be massive. Like because this is their big like Avengers film, right? When's the last Avengers film that we got? The last one was in what's it called again? Endgame. So we haven't gotten like official Avengers movie. And so this is their huge thing. So there's a reason why they're
Yeah.
bringing back the Russo brothers to do this. Is because like this is it. Like they
Weren't
need to
they
save
trying-
Marvel.
Weren't they trying to do like a young or new Avengers with Kamala Khan as the leader or something?
Oh yeah, they're probably going to be in the movie for maybe Secret Wars.
Ugh.
Yeah, but I still think it's like even though you could say there's gonna be a trilogy of all these characters. I still think you still need many of these characters I think still need to be in their own movie so that people will appreciate them more rather than like developing all of them in 3 movies at the same time. I still think the way Phase 1 to 3 did it will be better compared to how they're doing it now.
But let's go and check this out.
Okay.
This is from IGN. Say Marvel and Robert Downey Jr. teases they are not done revealing the entire Avengers Doomsday cast. There are rumors going around that there might be a Spider-Man in the movie. Not Tom Holland, but another Spider-Man. I'm not sure. The thing is, I heard from according to what I heard, I believe someone mentioned in the chat, I forgot a couple of days ago, that Gary mentioned that it was Ryan Reynolds' name was supposed to be there, but they didn't add it. But it makes sense with the whole Chris Hemsworth thing. Right. So the thing is, so this is what they said, hot on the heels of announcing a further 26 cast member for the upcoming Doomsday. Marvel and Robert Downey Jr. have teased they are not done yet. Yesterday, Marvel announced a cast of Avengers Doomsday via a lengthy live stream that confirmed a long list of actors set to join Robert Downey Jr. in the superhero movie, as well as the start of production. Among the surprises, Channing Tatum will reprise his role as the X-Men fan favorite Gambit, and that's the video. Right? We're not getting Storm. We're not getting any Guardians characters. We're not getting any of the Marvel characters. And I believe they're saving them. So elsewhere, there's no Hulk, Hawkeye, Nick Fury, Rhodey, X-Men, Deadpool, or Wolverine, or Jean Grey.
Yeah, I can definitely see some Guardians characters in there because like the way the third movie ended, like they kind of split up and like they kind of just went their own way. So I can see, especially Peter, right? He just visited his dad, I believe, at the end of the third
he
film.
stayed there.
Yeah.
Right. So they said that that's what you call a deep bench of talent. RDJ said actually it's more like a row, but an extra long one. That must be it, right? Marvel then teased in the comments that there's always room for more. Director Russo brothers added it's time. So this dropped earlier. This dropped a couple of days ago. So here are all the characters with their faces, right? So here are all the characters. But if you scroll down just a little bit, this is from Culture Crave, by the way. So those are the reported. So those are the maybes. So Chris Evans, Benedict Cumberbatch, Snatch, Tom Holland, and Haley Atwell.
That's a lot of Captain America. Three of them. Three Captain Americas.
Yeah, but there's only
four.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about this lineup?
Yeah, for me, it's like for me, it's in a normie's perspective. This is too much. Like, there's too many. Like, even though you say, as you said, Phil, it's gonna be 2 or 3 movies. For me, that's too many characters in 3 films. Like, I think they still need their, they should have like had their own movies before. Well, some of them do, but like Namor, I didn't really like Wakanda Forever that much, and Fantastic Four, time will tell if it's gonna be good. And it's like, for me, as the I'm not really super into the MCU comics. I don't feel invested, not counting the prestige of the actors and actresses. Like, these are not characters like I'm like, oh my god, I love all these characters. I don't feel it. It's not resonating with me as much.
Like, for me, like, the only cool person that I like is probably like the dudes from X-Men and like RDJ. That's like
And
that's
maybe Loki, but yeah, I didn't watch the TV show. I
yeah.
watched Loki. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how I feel about this. We'll see, but I think it's I think that we like the thing is great. Did you watch everything though? Did you watch all the TV shows? Did you do your homework? Right,
Yeah, right.
Marvel is expecting you to do your homework
I'm not
before
doing
you
that.
watch this movie.
Yeah, I am not doing that either.
All right, I already seen a lot of Haley Atwell in Black Mirror where she had sex with that robot dude. All right, that's all the homework I need to do for Haley Atwell. Okay. All right, but I heard that they might bring in Andrew Garfield for Spider-Man. It'd be pretty cool if they brought in Toby. That'd be fucking massive since they're canonically a part of the MCU now. But I heard that in the comic books, like Tom Holland, you know, he becomes symbiote Spider-Man in that one. So I'm not sure. Is Ironheart coming up after the Daredevil Born Again series finishes?
we actually forgot all about Daredevil ever since Snow White.
I don't care about that show, man. That show was bad.
I stopped caring too after watching episode 3. Like, whatever.
Yeah. Ogami, did you watch? Are you watching the Daredevil series on
Born Again?
Disney
No.
Plus?
Yeah.
Well, ever since they cracked down on the Disney Plus sharing, we never had Disney Plus. We always were on someone else's account, and now we don't have access. So, but it's not worth getting Disney Plus to go watch it.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Especially after the walk of shame that I saw happen in She-Hulk, which I heard that Grace Randolph was very upset that there's no She-Hulk in the new Avengers.
Well, you guys did see the concept art that was leaked, right?
No.
Oh, we're gonna show it.
Do it.
We're gonna see it. Let's talk about it. All right. Let's go and talk about it. So, there were these are like low res. Where are the high res ones? There we go. So here are all. This is probably a better one to show all in one screen. So, the top one right over here. These are all concept art.
Okay.
So you have Doctor Strange, Franklin Reeds, which is a son, Invisible Woman, and you have like Regal Doom. And then you have Yelena, and you have a bunch of other people, and then you have this one. Remember, Grae? You're like, hey, Peter Quill just fucked right off into his dad's house, right? What's going on, right? And then you have White Vision. I'm not sure if this is like legit. Things change all the time, but given like I know people who work at Disney that does like concept art like this, like they probably know the story a little bit, so they're doing like visual development for it. I love this one right over here, where Doom is sitting on his throne, which is fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have this one down over here, the Marvels. This is the Young Avengers you're talking about, Ogami.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah,
Slimer doing there.
I don't know. I forgot that this is like an X-Men or some shit like that. I have no idea.
Yeah, we forgot already. Chat told us who that character was.
Yeah,
we forgot.
But yeah, so these were all of the characters that were this is the concept art that was leaked, or someone found it or whatever. But this is pretty cool, I think. But we're not sure what's gonna happen in the future though. Is that Snow White? Yes, it's Snow White. Yeah, it's Snow White. Oh man, why is a teenage Miss Marvel at a bar? Look, the way she's looking at Wong, she wants some of that Eggroll. He wants his Eggroll. Oh, you're a Sorcerer Supreme? Wow. Zendaya and Pascal should play all the characters. I would watch that movie, unironically. But yeah, so basically this is what we're getting. We'll see what's gonna happen though. We're not sure. But are you guys gonna watch it though?
No. The story ended with Endgame, and Endgame was not a good movie at all. It was a terrible movie, but it was a good end to the 10-year story, and that was it. As the story's over.
Mm-hmm.
There's no more.
Oh yeah, there's more. There's actually more concept art that I miss. There's a couple of them. Let's see. So this one here. So this was a couple of right over here. Here's some. I'm not sure what's happening here. This could be like the new Destroyer. I believe these are all the old ones, right? These are all like this Deadpool universe thing is pretty cool, right? But this is the one that we're getting. This is the one with the new T'Challa or the new Black Panther, and you have She-Hulk with Scar, and this is what's it called again? I guess Planet Hulk, or like War, and he becomes what's it called again? He becomes king there and becomes like World War Hulk eventually with She-Hulk.
Didn't She-Hulk kick his ass multiple times in the show? Shouldn't she be the ruler because she's the bestest?
Maybe you don't know
because we don't want to use gendered language.
Well, it's sort of the same thing with King Valkyrie, right?
Yeah,
from Thor: Love and Thunder. Oh man, but yeah, this is what we're getting. Yeah, but so that's basically all the stuff that came out earlier this week for the Marvel stuff. But I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's hard to get excited.
I'm not gonna hold my breath. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold my breath when it comes down to like Marvel stuff anymore. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna laugh if the plot centers around Galactus and then Doom being made hero to save everyone.
I think you just cracked it. I think that's.
I think that's the story.
Yeah, because obviously Robert Downey Jr. Everyone's like, "Well, wasn't he Iron Man?" Yes, and this is going to be an evil version of him, who, remember in the current universe with Age of Ultron, right? Robert Downey Jr. after New York has all these flashbacks and has visions of the apocalypse is coming, the end game. And so that's one of the reasons why he had the Civil War with Captain America, because he feels like we're going to lose unless we take some drastic steps. This version of Tony Stark is going to be able to do all the terrible things that needs to be done in order to save the universe from something like Galactus or Thanos. That's why he becomes evil in order to be good. He's basically going to be Ozymandias from The Watchmen, where he does all this evil stuff in order to save everyone, because the bad guy is good and the good guy is bad, and blah 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 blah. It's just it's them once again playing with what they call the tropes. There is no good and evil. It's all just shades of gray, and y'all don't understand. Yeah, it's great.
Oh man. See, bars aren't closed to kids. They just can't drink. Yeah, they probably can't hang out at the bar too. But if they're at their own table, it should be fine. See. I thought what's her name was the new T'Challa. She basically is like the new Black Panther, but like if they're Disney's major fault was basically capitalizing on Patrick was it Chadwick Boseman's death. Right, capitalizing on his death. Oh, let's use his death to make a Black Panther movie. Let's use that. Right? So now nobody can be cast as T'Challa. So that's the reason why they have to go to like a different universe to grab him, which is sort of stupid.
Plus, Shuri was like super duper genius and much smarter than either Bruce Banner or Tony Stark. And then here comes Ironheart, who's smarter than all of them. And she's just some chick from the ghetto, not even royalty or whatever. So we can't have Shuri get too uppity. We can't have her be too powerful, because there's a new bestest ever black girl.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that film.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah,
that Black Panther movie sucked. Yeah, I didn't even bother watching that one.
Oh, there's no Black Panther. That's why.
All right, let's continue on this Marvel hate train, because I love this.
Well, they hate us. It's only fair.
Yeah. All right. This comes to us from comicbook.com. MCU Blade rumors. Stop motherfucking jumping on me. MCU Blade rumor says the movie may be scrapped, but that may not be the end. So there's a rumor going around that they might cancel Mahershala Ali's version of Blade. This thing has been in production hell
for like 6 years, man.
I was gonna say what? A decade
6
now, right?
years. It's approaching a decade.
This movie was supposed to come out like 3 years ago. Holy shit, man. Let's see. The latest rumors about the MCU's Blade reboot indicate that the movie might be scrapped. However, there are still plans in place for Mahershala Ali to play the character in the franchise. On X, user Your Only Hope shared that they heard about Blade relaying to the speculation about John Wick director Chad Stahelski coming on board is incorrect. As it stands now, the creative direction of Blade has totally shifted, and the project has been put on ice. This doesn't mean Blade will never appear, but probably brought up as a delayed TV Nova series, which Marvel is no longer actively working on. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, there was the Nova series, right? Yeah. As a point of comparison, they said that similar to how development on Nova could eventually resume, Blade could be revived down the line. Blade being
forever's a long time.
Yeah, right. And the thing is that like we would, it would have been cool to see Blade a long time ago. This is so stupid, right? But the thing is, there's only one Blade, and there's only ever going to be one Blade.
Dude, I actually literally jumped up out of my seat when I saw Wesley show up as Blade. I was like, yes, yes.
It's so good. See, they also mentioned that the idea of giving a Blade a supporting role in the film, citing Namor in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Check out the Twitter thread below. Blade was announced back in 2019 at Marvel San Diego Comic-Con. Panel has been stuck in development hell ever since. The project has passed through numerous directors and writers, a sign that Marvel has had a tough time figuring out the story. Blade has been pulled from Disney's release schedule, and its status has been a point of frustration for many fans. Even Michael B. Jordan is tired of waiting to see if Blade can get off the ground. Through all the ups and downs, Ali has remained attached to Blade, but has never appeared on screen as a character. He made a voiceover cameo in a post-credit scenes in Eternals. He did? Good thing I didn't watch shitty ass.
Nobody watched Eternals, and by the way, none of the Eternals appeared in those chairs. So I guess they won't be saving the world from Dr. Doom.
Yeah, we didn't see Kumar and Johnny. Yeah, I forgot about him.
I guess we couldn't. I guess we still can't imagine all the lives they'll save.
Great. Did you watch Eternals?
No.
Okay. Oh man. Wesley Snipes has reprised his role as Blade in a well-received supporting turn in the last summer's Deadpool and Wolverine. His return was so effective that some fans have started wondering if Snipes should just remain in the MCU. Hell yes. Hell yes. Like I would love it if Snipes stayed as Blade. That'd be so good. Seeing that Snipes headlined a Blade film trilogy back in the 90s and the mid 2000s is baffling that Marvel Studios has had so much trouble with this reboot. Building a sleek action film around the actor as talented as Ali seems like it would be effectively easy to figure out. Should this rumor prove true and Blade is indeed canceled, it would be extremely disappointing an extremely disappointing end to the story after years of hype and anticipation. While it's upsetting Ali may not get the star in his own film, fans can at least take solace and acknowledge that Marvel isn't going to completely discard him. I think what they can do is just bring him in, at least get people hyped up, sort of like what they did with Black Panther in Civil War.
Civil War. Yeah, I was.
Oh, was it Civil War? Yeah, it was Civil War.
Yeah, Civil War.
Right?
Yeah.
So basically bring him in, fucking badass character, has a good side story, and then make his own movie down the road. So you can at least continue it, at least have him cast in it already. Like Mahershala Ali is such a good actor. Like he played a very good Cottonmouth in Luke Cage. But they fucking like killed him off and within like 4 or 5 episodes in. So it's just sort of fucking stupid, right? So if they brought him in like such a really good, like an amazing actor, like you're fucking wasting him. Bring him in into one of these like supporting roles, and then give him his own movie, sort of like Black Panther. I don't know. How do you feel about this, Ogami?
They should just exit. That's just it. Like it's over. I don't even want to see. I don't want to see the. It's almost like sloppy seconds. It's like the scraps. They're not going to give the movie. They're just going to have him appear on it as a side character in someone else's movie for no other reason than to have him. Just free the guy. Free Ali. Ali should be free. Get him off of this thing. It's over. Yeah. It's done. They're not going to get it done. Like if they've already spent 6 years on it and now it's being shelved indefinitely, where it's going to be at least 10 years before they even get anything done. And by then he's going to be.
He'll be like, oh, yeah, he'll be like fucking like How old is Mahershala Ali at this
I
time?
mean,
Right,
I would guess he's my age. He's probably in his 40s.
Mahershala Ali, 51.
Oh my god, yeah,
What?
he's about my age. Yeah,
Yeah,
Wait.
black don't crack, man. He looks good.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they're gonna get a 51-year-old guy to play Blade, you might as well just keep with Wesley Snipes.
Just keep Snipes, man. Like, how
Snipes.
old is Wesley Snipes? Wesley Snipes, he's like in his 60s, right?
I
62.
would say, yeah, that's not
Yeah.
a big difference. Yeah, and Wesley's probably still in shape,
just
so.
bring Wesley Snipes back. You
Yep.
know, just people already like Wesley Snipes. Just bring him back. Oh my god, dude, this is it's so embarrassing for this shit to happen, man. Holy crap. Getting a supporting role in another character's film could be the best thing to happen for MCU's Blade if Ali's iteration emerges as a fan favorite in a la Black Panther or Spider-Man. It could provide a foundation for Blade to be revived. As disheartening as it is, Blade is being scrapped for now. It would be even worse if the character wasn't a part of the MCU at all.
Oh, but he is though. The character is. See, these journalists are so full of shit. No, Ali being Blade is not the best thing could happen. What the best thing that could happen is Wesley Snipes as Blade.
Yeah,
again.
Wesley Snipes, he's already part of the MCU.
And it's like, yeah, and it's like, it would be even worse if the character wasn't a part of the MCU. He is part of the MCU. Wesley Snipes' Blade is part of the MCU. So shut the fuck up, cut your losses, take the tax write-off, and just free Ali. Ali won an Oscar. He wants to go off and do other movies.
Yeah.
Okay? He's not allowed to because he's supposed to be working on this movie. It's now been 6 years and he hasn't worked again because he's supposed to be working on this movie. Free Ali. Let him go make some more. What was the movie he won an Oscar for? Being gay? Yeah, of course. So he's got to go be gay somewhere else, and he'll be happy. And then we get to keep Wesley Snipes' Blade. Done. We're done.
Yes. There it is. There to ship it. It's done. Ali is gone, and Snipes will remain the only Blade.
That's
just
right.
how God intended.
And Ali gets to go be gay. Perfect.
Yeah. See right here. Put Snipes in a Blade movie where he kills vampires. Print money.
It seems real simple.
Yeah.
You know
what's so hard about that? Yeah, man. Oh my God. Just bring Snipes back in. You're bringing in back Channing Tatum for Gambit. You can do it for Blade. Right? Blade is such a badass character, and people are like, "Oh, where are all the black representation?" You have them. You just don't know how to use them.
Remember when they lied to us and said, like, yes, Black Panther, it's the first time that a black person has been a superhero, blah, 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 blah. It's like, nope, Blade. Blade was awesome. We loved Blade in the 90s. Blade was the man. Wesley Snipes was the man. And by the way, it seems like it's just a simple concept. Blade fights vampires. Blade introduces the whole, like, Marvel Dark type of thing where it's like, it's not just vampires in the world, there's other monsters out there. Imagine Blade, the vampire killer, finding different types of vampires or different types of monsters or even worse monsters. I mean, they already did it, you know, with the vampire, what was it, the vampire hunting mega vampires, and what was it, Blade 2? Like,
yeah,
that kind of concept where he keeps on fighting like worse creatures and finding other creatures.
Oh,
it could be a series. It's amazing. Yeah.
Do you know what they can do? Since Marvel has Werewolf by Night, which is like they should make. Oh, that'd be so fucking good. It's like Marvel's own version of like Underworld.
Underworld, yeah, and
yeah,
Blade,
but with Blade. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and of course he meets a girl who's like, she's a werewolf, and you have a Romeo and Juliet thing going on, and like there's this war gonna happen between vampires and werewolves. It's gonna wipe out the world of the living and the world of the day. And Blade is he wants nothing to do with it. He's like the Witcher, but he's got to stop this. He's got to stop them both and somehow save them both. Man,
how am I getting hyped for a fucking hypothetical movie?
It writes
Holy
itself.
Shit! Oh my God! Yeah.
Still, how do we work in the, you know, the oppression of the post-colonial slave trade and, you know, the reparations? We got to work that in somehow. You know, we can't just have fun. We have to educate the people, love them in the right direction, the way Andrew Garfield said.
Yep.
Oh my God! See over here, there's a TV show on Marvel on Disney Plus called Werewolf by Night. And it's basically it's a show about werewolves. and then you put fucking Wesley Snipes Blade fucking crossover, and you have an MCU like badass like underworld movie. It's you can literally print money with this, but fucking Disney does not know how to make jack shit. All right, this is literally a pitch idea we can give them right now. This will be so fucking good.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man.
I just saw in the chat Blade versus Mobius. I could actually see Blade teaming up with Mobius. Again, if you're talking about vampires versus werewolves, this massive war.
Yeah,
or whatever,
Morbius would be fucking crazy.
Because Morbius is a vampire, but he's actually human, and they now have like they could fight at first, but then he finds out there's so much potential here for a story.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, like we literally just gave them like a fucking $1 billion idea. With it's like, here you go, Werewolf by Night, bring back Wesley Snipes, it's so
John
easy,
Dalton
man.
in the chat said it must be because Snipes is base. You know how base Wesley Snipes is?
Oh, he's super base. He went to jail. So
He went to jail for what? For not paying fucking taxes.
There it is, boys.
That's base as hell. Fuck the government.
Oh shit, man. All right, let's go and read some comments. Just bring back Snipes for God's sakes. Yeah, 100%.
Easy.
See, bro brought back Snipes before Ali got his made his appearance in the. Oh shit,
dude.
yeah,
they blew expectations completely out of the waters. Like I said, it wasn't just me. When Snipes appeared in Deadpool Wolverine, I wasn't the only one who jumped out of his seat. Like the place was like people were screaming, "Oh my god, he's back! He's back!" It was, people would be so happy.
Yeah, he's like, I thought you retired. Retired. He's like, oh shit. And the one part where the part that he said there's only ever going to be one Blade, like everyone fucking screamed, man. Holy shit. Let's see. We are getting Black, Simon William Wonder Man, and Eric Williams Grim Reaper later this year at Disney Plus.
Oh, who cares?
Hopefully it's good. Put Snipes in the Blade movies where he kills vampires. Yeah, it's no brainer. We're getting 100-year-old Professor Egg for God's sakes. Bring back Blade. Yes. Isn't like Ian McKellen and like fucking Patrick Stewart like fucking eight ladies?
Old, yeah.
They're fucking ancient. Let's see. Bring back Meteor Man. Yeah, true. Yeah, bring back Meteor Man and Blank Man.
Pootie Tang. I want to see Pootie Tang in there.
Oh shit, man. Meteor Man and Blank Man is such a fucking throwback. Holy shit. I love those movies as a kid. Holy crap, man. See, Blade was the movie that finally cemented the superhero genre as a permanent fixture in the movie release schedule. 100%. I love Blade 1 and Blade 2. They're so good. See. Must be because Snipes is base and not a woke retard. Yep. Let's see. Blade 2 was way too comic booky for me, and the villain lived in the sewer. Deacon Frost was a pimp with a sweet lair with a pool of rubber duckies and hot bitches.
I will say that a big shame about Blade 2 is that Donnie Yen was in that one, and they
every movie that every Marvel or Disney shit that he's in, they never utilize him correctly.
They waste him completely. Yeah.
Yeah, he had like a fucking katana too, like a long ass sword.
Yeah, it was sweet. And then, I think one of the worst burials of him was in Rogue One. I think I've met this before.
Should have gave him a fucking lightsaber.
Well, here's why I buried him. Okay, so maybe he's one of these weird, like, he wasn't strong enough in the Force to become a Jedi, so he just becomes this monk. But he's blind and he kicks a bunch of ass with the staff. That's so great. Looks so cool. And then literally the chick with no Force powers at all, with a smaller stick, does the exact same thing in the very next scene. Way to bury your fucking guy. These guys never watched wrestling, did they?
Yeah, look, and the thing is that they made him blind, right?
Yeah.
Like give the Asian guy like the most like fucking one of the most badass Asian dudes in Hollywood right now.
Yeah.
Make him blind in John Wick and this movie.
And then Rogue One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the blindness is what, like, oh, well, he uses the force. He uses the force well enough to be able to quote unquote see while being blind. Again, that would have been great if they just left it at that. But then right after that, the girl who's half his size with a smaller stick, she has a collapsible baton, kicks all the same amount of ass with full eyesight, no force, and it's like, okay, so I guess everyone can do that. Good. So you just buried him. Like everything he just did right now was crap.
Oh yeah. See, a dude and AI can write better than whatever these clowns. That's why they're afraid.
That's why they're afraid of AI.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why that was part of the Writers Guild when they went on strike for like a year. That was one of the main sticking points. So they wanted protection from AI. It was because they actually use AI to write. Clearly, AI can write just as well as them, which is terrible. AI is terrible at writing.
All right, let's continue. See, the only difference is Blade has to do a bunch of action sequences, which is tough for older guys.
Doubles.
This guy's stunt double.
Yep.
Like, I'm not sure if Wesley Snipes. I know Wesley Snipes is like, he was pretty fucking jacked when he was younger.
I think he's
Like,
still in pretty decent shape.
Yeah, like based off of what I've seen, he still looks really good. But I'm not sure. Like how stretchy can he be? But the thing is that like we've seen Jackie Chan at that age doing fucking his own stunts still.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it can't be done, right?
Dude,
the
Michael
fact that
Jai White is the same age as him, and he's still ripped.
Yeah, Michael Jai White, man.
White is Spawn. Someone asked in the chat, is Spawn Marvel? No, Spawn is not
Nah,
Marvel.
unfortunately, it's not.
Michael Jai White could still play him. He is still ripped, even though he's probably the same age as Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. Wesley Snipes has even appeared in other shows playing as Blade version of himself, really. Oh, shit, man. Blade 3 was cool. I never watched Blade 3.
It was okay. Again, same thing. It was like, okay, here's Blade, and Blade's awesome. Ryan Reynolds plays a vampire, so he's got powers, and he's strong. And then there's Jessica Biel, and this is back when Jessica Biel was like really a rising star, and she's just as strong as both of them, but she's not a vampire. She doesn't have any power. She's Whistler's daughter, so she's basically Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but she's not the Slayer. She's not the chosen one. She's not a vampire. She's not a half vampire. She has no reason to be this strong. But they just had to make her because, hey, the whole thing about the strong girl boss kick-ass thing, that started way before they had a name. And so Jessica Biel thing kind of messed it up for me the same way that it happened in Rogue One. And then, yeah, the rest of it was just kind of bad. So it was nice to see Whistler again, though. Whistler, it was good to see Whistler come back.
Yeah, wasn't Daryl in Blade? The guy who plays Daryl?
Joe Dixon?
Yeah. Daryl Dixon. I thought he was in Blade. I remember seeing his character in a different show or a movie before. I don't remember.
I have to go back. I mean, I remember that since Boondock Saints, like he had few and far between roles, and then he got Daryl on Walking Dead. And that just
Oh, he was in the first one. Okay, he's in the first one. Okay, makes sense.
All right.
Now, negotiations won't protect them. You need to adhere to union contracts. If you fire all the union people and replace them with AI, that won't unionize. Oh man. All right, speaking of unions, we're going to talk about this. All right, so Ogami is pretty he's pretty well entrenched in the whole IATSE stuff. So if you guys don't know what that is, IATSE is basically the local IATSE 839 is the animation guild here in California. So what's going on with this Keep California Rolling? What is this right over here? Okay.
So we can go through it, but so IATSE is basically an umbrella guild that has the Writers Guild underneath it, Producers Guild, Directors Guild, Crafts Guild, the Boom Operators Guild, and of course the Animation Guild. It has all these other guilds. The only one that isn't under it is like SAG and AFTRA, but pretty much everyone else, set designers, set electricians, all the guilds are underneath IATSE, and so that includes the Animation Guild. So all these entertainment people are coming together, and I think they're also teaming up with probably SAG and everyone else. But their big thing is that it said the title of their initiative is Keep California Rolling, and what they're trying to do is influence politicians in Sacramento to pass policies this is according to their words, that will keep productions and entertainment going in California, because a lot of it gets, so much of it gets outsourced. Disney built that studio in Vancouver. So much stuff goes overseas, and they're trying to say that we need to keep these jobs here in California, and so that's all. That's fine. I understand why they want to do that, and there'd be a really simple way to do it, and that's just, okay, let's just do what Atlanta does, and let's just do what the UK does, which is for productions and stuff, no taxes, no corporate taxes, or very low corporate taxes, and that would encourage businesses. But they want so, and they do want to do that, but then they want to go a step further. They want to do what Canada does. They want to do what Spain and France does. They want to do what the CCP does, and that is use tax money to fund the industry. Basically, they want to turn
stupid.
Hollywood into a government tax-funded make-work industry. And the reason is very simple. They can't make money. They can't produce anything that people are willing to pay for in buying a ticket, buying a book, buying a toy, getting their ass on the seat, putting their eyes on the screen. They can't actually earn money the old-fashioned entertainment way, which is asses and eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
And so the solution to their frightfully shrinking industry is not to make better things that people are wanting to buy. No. Their solution is, well, look at Canada. Canada funds their animation industry. France, the government gives money to create animation. Same thing with Spain. Same thing with the UK. China, they own the companies that make. And so in order to save our industry, we need California to fund Hollywood with tax money. So if you lean at all libertarian like I do, what that translates to is, we can't produce anything that makes people hand over their money to us willingly, voluntarily.
So we got to tax people.
So what we want to do is force you to pay us to keep making the shit.
That's fucking retarded, man. You're saying that my tax dollars are gonna go fund woke garbage nonsense?
Not just yours.
Everybody's. Oh my god.
It's gonna turn the entertainment industry in Hollywood into the education system that we have here in California. A lot of people outside of California don't know this, but we have something like 50 to 60 California state universities and colleges. You know how many you can actually afford to pay for?
They're fucking expensive to go to.
Yeah. And by the way, this was started back in the 60s during the hippie movement. The idea being that if we had free education, like all these European countries, California really wants to be a European country. If we have free education, then everyone has a college education, and then people with college educations earn more money and have higher rates of home ownership, and it'll just be a utopia of all these high earners because everyone has a college education, not thinking that inflation is even a thing. But then something weird happened. When you have socialized anything, the costs keep going up and there's no incentive to lower them, and things keep getting more expensive. So it went from free college to, we need you to pay a little bit of tuition. We need you to pay a little bit more tuition. Now we need you to pay $10,000 a year tuition. Now $20,000 a year tuition, which, by the way, is actually so low for tuition. But the reason that tuition is so low is because they get federal money to keep the colleges going. California itself, fifth largest economy in the world, by the way, can only afford to keep open half the universities it has. So how do the other universities stay open? They go to the federal government and get money from the feds. Does the federal government have money? No. You know where they get it? They tax everyone else in the country. So everyone in the country who doesn't have 50 state universities, they might have maybe one or two, they're getting a part of their tax money given to California to keep their schools going. So that they can, so they can actually make it harder for Asians to get in and have DIE and have all this stuff that comes out of Berkeley and all this culture poison that they produce. That's all federally funded. That's all comes from everyone else's taxes. So they want to make the entertainment industry, because they can't produce a product that people want to buy willingly. They want to turn Hollywood into the California socialized entertainment industry, which is, you don't want to buy a ticket voluntarily, we'll make you pay for it. Because the price of staying out of jail is your taxes.
So I'm wondering, is there a vote on this?
Oh, there's no vote. They're already in. They're already in Sacramento, and they're
Or
lobbying.
is it going to be like a Senate bill or some
Yeah.
garbage they're just going to push through?
Yeah, it looks like they already have the Senate. They're already talking to the subcommittee on the Senate. And again, they're looking at it's in fiscal review right now. The Keep California Rolling initiative is in fiscal review in the Senate subcommittee. If it passes the Senate, it goes to the House. If it passes the House, it goes to the governor's desk. The governor, Gavin fucking.
Of course, he's going to approve the shit. What the fuck,
and now,
dude?
all of a sudden, we'll have even higher taxes paying to basically just make work. Now, you said Illumination. You really like Illumination. Canada, France, UK, Ireland, Spain, all these places have government-funded animation. Were you there? We used to work together. Were you there when we had Dave Block? He was an old Disney veteran. He asked us to help him with reviewing some short films for animation for the Academy Awards. And we had a night where we all sat and we got to watch all these Oscar nominees, like these films that were, best short film animated Oscars, right? He's part of the Academy. So we got to sit there with a piece of paper that had all the names that we could score them. And we got to sit there and watch all these quote unquote Academy Award nominated short films. Every single one of them that was funded by the Film Board of Canada, the Ministry of Film and Culture of Paris, France, the whatever government fucking agency that gives money to artists to make art. Every single time you saw that up there, it was just shit. The worst animated shit you saw. It was just awful. And this was something that was nominated for an Oscar.
That's wild.
It got to the point where anytime I saw any government board, I just put my pencil down. I'm not rating this because it's going to be absolute dog shit. And it was. That's what happens when you don't have the incentive to actually appeal to an audience, to a customer. Oh, you just get to make whatever the hell you want. Well, guess what? That's what they've been doing for the last 10 years. And that's why we have all this terrible entertainment. And now, because they realize, well, the industry's shrinking, I'm no longer in there because most people I know aren't even working anymore. A lot of people who've been in the industry for years are walking away because there's just simply no jobs because you're not doing business. Their solution to not being able to succeed at business is not to do better business. We're going to make products that actually people want to buy. Nope. We're going to have the government fund us with money taken from everyone by force. It's going to be a jobs program. We want to turn this into California's postal service of entertainment.
Man.
And boy, are they on board with it. They are so happy. Look at this. Oh, we have
they're getting forced money. They're getting free money from taxpayers.
Yeah. Yep.
And by the way, it already exists. That's here's the terrible thing. It already exists. It's not like they're creating this from scratch. If you look right in the top thing, it says, the Entertainment Union Coalition, we have an expansion of a program. It's the California Film and Television Jobs. They literally call it a jobs program. It's literally called the jobs program. It's funded $330 million annually right now as we speak. They want to increase that.
$750 million.
So they've been getting $330 million a year in tax money already. And this is the shit that they're producing. Do you think that by more than doubling that, it's going to get better? They're going to be incentivized to make better stuff that more people want to buy tickets to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. This week we also saw movement around the two bills, AB 1138 and Senate Bill 630, that have been introduced by Assembly Member Rick Zabur and Senator Ben Allen. These bills are intended to modernize our jobs program to further encourage production in the state, in addition to increasing funding to the program annually. This bills introduced are seeking to expand the definition of qualified motion picture, allowing more types of projects to apply. Additionally, the bill are seeking to increase the available credit amount for an individual project from 20 to 35 across California. Because of the additional 5% uplift already exists in filming outside of the zone, the increase in areas outside of LA would be from 25 to 40. This is absolutely insane.
It's
the fact that look, we're already paying like about 14% in taxes.
California has the highest income tax of any state in the union. That includes New York.
Is 14%, chat.
Yeah. So to give you an example, if you work in the if you're lucky enough to have a job in a unionized animation, you are in the top I would say 10% earners in the country, top 0.1% in the world. But that also puts you in a very high tax bracket. You have to pay, you owe over 30% of your income to the federal government and 14% of your income to the state government. Do the math, guys. That's almost half your income.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they want. And they want to take more and they want to use it to fund the crap that we've been getting from Hollywood for the last 10 years. All the woke shit, all the ESG shit. You know what this is? This is the CCP buying Ubisoft. This is the same exact thing. Ubisoft can't sell fucking games that people want to buy, so they need someone to bail them out. The entertainment industry, if you look up here, the Entertainment Union Coalition, that means multiple unions, including IATSE, are getting together to try to lobby for this. This is, whenever the Democrats talk about, the corporate lobbyists, this is a labor lobby. This is the labor lobbying and corporate lobbying for a jobs program, which is just tax money to just keep people working. That doesn't grow an industry. That doesn't make the industry better. That doesn't create more jobs. That just attempts to maintain the jobs you have, assuming no one's going to skim off the top, which they're gonna. I also love the fact that we had 100 members from the union. Okay, the Animation Guild itself, last time I looked, and this was probably a couple of years ago, so it's probably smaller now, but at one point they had 5,000 members of just the Animation Guild, and that is a small guild.
Damn.
So 5,000 members of one guild, 100 members of a coalition. What is that? 0.01% of the rank and file. It's a tyranny of the weak. It's a tyranny of the. I mean, they always talk about the 1% and the 99%. They're the 1%. You have the 1% driving this train, and the 99% are just hoping that things get better, but they don't want to actually participate in it because it's not representative of them. And so all the crap, all the slop that gets produced by Hollywood, it's not going to get better if this goes through. And California would pass something like this. They would gladly just increase it. And California basically is broke. 5th largest economy in the world, but we can't actually afford everything we have. So we always have to go to the federal government to give us more money to fund everything. So thank you for everyone else in the United States for having to keep California going because we can't afford to do it on our own. Tough shit for you and your state and wherever you are that you don't get to fucking spend your money there. Yeah, it comes to us. So we can pump out this garbage for you to eat. And if you don't eat the slop, then there's something wrong with you. You're an istophobe.
Grae, you weren't here earlier, but like, do you know how much is our income tax here in California? Like percentage wise, would you want to like guess?
Well, we did
30?
say it.
No, I don't think it's that high, but like in terms of like state income tax, it's the highest in the nation.
Yeah, we did say it earlier.
Yeah, we said it earlier. It's about it's about 14%.
Well, as far as I know, ours is at 30.
Yeah, but isn't that a country one? You don't have states like we do.
Yeah. Because like other states have like 4%, 8%, 7%, right? Ours is like 14.
You know how corrupt we are if we have that kind of high income tax rate.
Now 30 is wild, man. You need to get out, bro.
I mean, that's pretty much what we pay in United States. United States, the average is 25. So if if you're working in the animation, if you're working in a unionized job, they always talk about slave wages. You're not making slave wages if you're working in a unionized animation job.
You get paid
making the top 10% of the country.
Yeah.
Which means the top 0.01% of the world. So, no, you're not making slave, but that does put you in a high tax bracket. So the tax bracket of being a unionized animator or animation industry worker is going to put you over 25%, 25 to 30%. On top of that, you have the California state of 14%. So let's say 30% plus 14, that's 44% of your income. If California wants to be like a European country, they definitely get the taxes part down.
Yeah. Yo, Justin Martin, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you. Holy shit, man. Thank you, Justin Martins. Appreciate it, man. And thank you, everyone, for all the super chats and the gifted memberships, man. Thank you for everyone who's here watching the live stream. Thank you. But yeah, Ogami, I had no idea this was going on, man. This was crazy.
Yeah. I get emails about, you got to participate. It's like, no, look. Again, I'm about free marketeering, okay? if you don't create, they blame AI, they blame everything else for why the industry's failing. No, you have to make something that people want to buy. It's that simple. And if you're in the entertainment industry, that means asses in the seats and eyeballs on the screen. They have to buy a ticket. And if they like if they like your stuff, and we've seen this happen before, Mario movie, Barbie movie, Oppenheimer, there have been hits. There have been really good movies. Deadpool, Wolverine. What happened? No, even though tickets are really expensive, people went multiple times. They brought their friends. They brought their family. They went and they go out and they buy the toy and they buy the books and they buy the comics. They get curious. Oh, I love Deadpool, Wolverine. I'm going to go get a comic. I'm going to go buy a graphic novel. I'm going to go buy a plushie. And everything grows based on how good your entertainment is. But if you're not entertaining people, if you're just up your own ass with messages and just preaching at them, I've said this before, in the United States, the majority religion is Christianity. There is such a thing as Christian media. There's Christian movies, Christian comics, Christian cartoons, Christian stories. Why isn't Christian media the media? And the answer is simple, because not even Christians want to be preached at all the time. Sometimes they just want to watch Lord of the Rings. Sometimes they just want to read a fucking comic book. Okay? So if even the Christians of this country are like, yeah, just stop with the messaging. Okay, I got it. Let me just fucking watch Frodo take the ring to Mordor. If that's the way it is with them, isn't that the way it is with everyone? Even people who believe in the message, and most people in our industry does. Our community is very, very, Marxist, socialist, in kind of like a well-intentioned way. They just want to share everything. Everyone should have enough. There shouldn't be anyone who wants for anything. I get it. It's nice. But after a while, it's like, okay, I get it. Racism is bad. Yes, sexism is bad. Can I just watch the fucking movie? Can you just give me something to play? I just want to play the game. I already know that you're not supposed to smack girls upside the head for talking out of line. I get it. Can I just play Batgirl now? Okay. So they haven't got it. They don't know. And so they think, oh, I know, we'll just pander harder and we'll just go harder with the message and more message and more message. And why isn't anyone buying tickets? I know they're a bunch of istaphobes. Well, we need to tax people to keep us in our jobs.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. So maybe we can start calling those like people and telling them that we don't want this, but this is
tag Elon.
I to be honest, I don't think a lot of people even know what this is.
Yeah. No, there is one thing that gives me hope, and this is something that no one's talked about this at all. But Grae, you probably don't know this about the states and our elections and stuff, but there are some states that are swing states, which means that it could go either way. Like people are split down the middle in their opinion. Other states are not swing states at all. Other states can you assume they're going to go red or blue, right? California, since the 1970s, has been surefire blue. So much so that on election night, they could have 0.1% of the votes counted and they'll count it as blue. It'll go to the blue side. And that's the way it's always been. And at the end, it always turns out that it's like, oh, it's like 10% went red or 20% went red. Everyone else went blue. So you could safely do that. This last election, 40% of the popular vote in California went red. That was historic.
Which is crazy.
That was almost half. Now for California, that is enormous. That is like double what it's been for the last 20, 30 years. It was historic and no one talked about it. No one brought up like, that's a historic win. Like, okay, obviously it went blue, but 40% of the popular vote went red. That shows the people in California are even the people that, Rachel Zegler thinks they're not MAGA. They're all middle of the road. They're all milquetoast. They're all normies. They're independents. And even they've had enough. And so that's the only thing that gives me hope that something like this is going to go through. And there's so few, maybe they won't get the support they need to turn the entertainment industry in Hollywood into a socialized project. Maybe. So it's possible. I think it's very possible.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and read some comments. Let's see. Let's go back up right over here. Let's see. See, I'm Ayatsi 26. According to
I'm so sorry.
Man, I don't even know what Ayatsi 26 is. Is it just like another like division that's under IATSE in general?
It would be one of the crafts. I mean, what's the craft? Rough Night, electricians, set dressers, carpenters,
Yeah. Let's
all
see.
working people. Yeah.
The movie industry came to Southern California because of the weather, and it was cheap. It's no longer cheap. That's true. Let's see. Politicians are always trying to influence Sacramento.
Well, it's not just politicians. The politicians are in Sacramento. It's the
Is that
it's the big interest. So everyone already knows about the corporate interest. They have lobbyists, but they don't pay attention to things like associations, like the American Medical Association. They don't pay attention to the union, the AFL-CIO, which a lot of people might have heard of. That is the national union lobby. So basically, you can call it big labor. So everyone knows big corporations, big businesses. They are trying to influence Washington, but also the big unions are trying to influence. Everyone's trying to influence Washington. Everyone's trying to influence the politicians. Why? So they can get cash and prizes. They can get the benefits for themselves, and that's understandable. But if you lean anywhere toward things like free markets, freedom to choose, it's my money, it's my property, I get to decide where I spend my time and influence and resources, then the last thing you want is government saying, okay, you don't have a choice now. We're going to tax you and it's going to pay for, well, everyone's celebrating Doge and what it's finding. Well, not everyone's celebrating it. I'm celebrating all the things that Doge is finding. Like, wow, we just spent $40 million in Africa to have a gay play. That's what your taxes are going to. And that's not good, guys.
Did you see the most recent thing that the Doge team was being interviewed? It said that like, some of the like social security stuff was actually in a physical mine.
Yeah. It's a physical mine, and it takes
What
they
the
have workers
fuck?
going by using paper to process claims, and it takes them years. Yeah. I also found
It's like
out
9 months to like process something.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean, moving at the speed of government is a meme, but it's done on purpose. It's done on
Holy
purpose to
shit.
gum up the work. So maybe it just hopefully you either give up or just die. Like time will take care of a lot of people asking for it. And then the other thing
Yeah.
is that I like how they found out that the SBA, the Small Business Administration, that's supposed to give grants and loans to help small businesses, have been giving lots of loans out to 11-year-olds and
What?
9-year-olds.
For what?
Yeah. Well,
Identity theft, probably.
need help with their lemonade stands because it's small
Oh
business.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
you need
money
LLC.
laundering at all. It's not going into the pocket of anyone except for these little Timmy and his lemonade stand.
Yeah. Let's see. How can California pay for movies to be made when it cannot put out wildfires? Yeah. That's a good question. And a lot of it hasn't even been fixed yet. A lot of the shit that like the Trumps that they're told them to do, they haven't done shit.
California's broke.
Yep. I say in Michigan, we're pushing to reinstate tax incentives in the form of lower tax rates. So we had film incentives until one of our Republican governors killed them. Everyone packed up and moved to Atlanta.
Yeah. Free marketeering is not really, I mean, it seems like it's a right-wing thing, but it's not. There's plenty of conservatives who also are economically illiterate, who also believe in being able to pull the levers of the economy and to control things, who don't like the idea of just, well, Americans just can't spend their money on anything. That'd be terrible. We have to control things.
Yeah.
So it's not even a matter. I mean, obviously the left is more socialist, so they're a lot more about controlling everything like that. But I don't think the right is that much better. I think the new right is a little bit like having President Milei of Argentina, the first libertarian president ever elected in history.
I love him. He's awesome.
Show up to Washington. Do you know he came to Washington and gifted Elon Musk a golden chainsaw?
Yeah.
That was
fucking sick.
It made all the
libertarians.
There's a lot of libertarians who are never Trumpers, and they're very angry at Elon Musk, even though Elon Musk is doing libertarian work by cutting government waste and fraud and stuff. They're very mad because they can't give him a win, and they're always like, "Well, you're not libertarian enough. That's the problem with Trump. He's not libertarian enough, and Elon Musk is not libertarian enough either." Well, your boy Milei, who you all love, he's a big fan. He came up and gave Musk a chainsaw. and they had a nice photo. So they're getting along great. So you can stuff it.
Yep. Let's see. Taxation is theft. 100%.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see. Commercial art is different from art. If one wants art, one should check out the guy doing chalk drawings on the sidewalk.
Oh, art has a long history of money laundering. Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the easy ones that should cut. I'm actually waiting to hear him say, "Hey, we should just cut this." Is the American Endowment of the Arts. It's basically a national. Again, came out of the '60s, out of the hippie movement, but it's a national administration that gives grants to art, and they're the ones that fund all this modern art crap, all the worst art, this art stuff. That's what it gets funded by tax money because no one wants to buy it.
Yep.
You know, you go to an art museum, it's free. You just give a donation. Why? It's paid for by tax money. And you go in and it's the worst shit. It's all crap. It's like who wants to pay for this? No one will pay for it. That's why it's free.
Yep. Let's see. Stagehand grips and electric sound and lighting.
Wow, that's a big one. So it covers all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Let's see. Doge is the greatest apartment ever created. Yep, I love Doge. Yo, have a good night. Yo, take it easy, Jose Taco. Have a good night, man.
Right.
They gave a business loan to a 9-month-old.
Yeah,
Holy
he's
shit.
an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know. He's gonna be a future lemonade standy.
He'll drain those jugs for you for cheap. Works
He
for no.
also Trump pardoned Ross Ulbricht and the libertarians.
Yeah,
the
I
law
remember-
libertarians still won't give him a win.
Dude, I wasn't even sure who that guy was. I just remember that that was the one thing that a lot of them on IG and social media is like, well, yeah, Trump's not libertarian enough because he won't free Ross. He won't free Ross. # free Ross. I'm like, I don't even know who Ross is, and I don't really care. I just know that, okay, if he does that, will you like him? Sure enough, he does it. He pardons Ross. Do you think they were like, oh my God, he did it? No, they're like, yeah, well, tariffs are actually taxation on us too. They just moved on to the next thing. So the magic moving goalposts of the libertarians, it's like this is why we can't have a melee in our country because the libertarians just
they're moving the goalposts, man.
well, they're almost as delusional as the communists. Like, look, what the utopia that the communists want is a beautiful utopia. The utopia that the libertarians want is also a beautiful utopia. But the problem with utopias is they're not real and they can't be real. And so anything that doesn't measure up to that is therefore shit in their eyes. So as long as we don't have utopia, then it's all shit. Never mind incremental steps toward it. Never mind, like, well, it would be nice to have lower taxes or maybe no tax. Don't you think that'd be good? Well, fuck Trump because tariffs or something else, some other fucking problem they have. So yeah, it's just even though I lean that way, it's like I just can't take them seriously because they're just
like and that's like for me, like I consider myself like more libertarian, but like given how crazy they are, like for me, I'm registered under a libertarian party, but like given how crazy they are in the past like several like years, like for what I'm seeing, I'm like, man, I feel like I'm more politically homeless than anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like you will ally yourself with whoever you agree with the most. And as someone who grew up, you know, I was a big fan of NPR. I was a big fan of science. I was in the culture war that gave us, you know, legal gay marriage. You know, as far as I'm concerned, we won. And now I find myself going, wait a minute, the people defending free speech are now on the right?
Yeah, that's wild.
But I mean, hey, I'll ally with anyone who's defending free speech. I don't care because that's what I care about. It's just I didn't change. It's just all of a sudden the people that I thought were on my side are now like, well, you can't say that. That's haram. Haram. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Do you think PBS is on the chopping block? I hope so.
Please do it. That's the other thing. Like even years ago, when I was a fan of NPR and fan of PBS, one of the things I liked about them, this is before crowdfunding was actually a normal thing because of the internet. Before crowdfunding, you had PBS and NPR where they would do donation drives because of your donations, we're able to deliver this wonderful content, Sesame Street and NPR.
Viewers like you.
Yeah, viewers like you, right? And that's what made it so appealing is that this was the media of the people and you got to donate to it. I didn't know that it was actually being federally funded mostly, you know, but it was the idea that you, the people, could open your wallets and keep this stuff going directly. You didn't have to rely on corporate advertising and all that stuff. You could pay for the content you want. years later, that's what crowdfunding is. Kickstarter and all this stuff. That's became a much more direct way of the people being able to fund the things they want, and that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But now all of a sudden, when they're saying, okay, well, now that we have the internet and we have all this crowdfunding and we can raise money faster and cheaper and easier and better in greater amounts than ever before, we don't really need federal funding anymore. And so anytime the federal funding is threatened to be cut by the conservatives, oh, we're going to cut PBS, and everyone loses their fucking mind. It's like, why are you losing your mind?
Mm-hmm.
You don't need them. I guarantee if you started a crowdfund on the internet using this brand new tool called the internet, and everyone who wanted PBS, who wanted NPR, were able to just donate with an app, you'd be funded.
Yep.
You don't have to worry about. You don't have to steal money from fucking a bunch of people who don't want your shit. You can actually just live off of what people do want. So
yeah. Except Melanie Mack and her friends are extremely anti-First Amendment. That is true.
Well, hey man, I'm old enough to remember when it was actually the conservative right that were anti-free speech.
Yep.
That's why it's so baffling to me that now they're the ones defending it. It's like that just means I've lived too long, But yeah, it's like I'm not forgetting. I'm not forgetting who wanted to ban Dungeons and Dragons because it was satanic.
Yeah.
I'm not forgetting who wanted
Magic
to ban
the Gathering.
They wanted to ban freaking Lord of the Rings because it's satanic. Are you fucking kidding me? Now all of a sudden they've realized that J.R. Tolkien is like this huge Christian, cultural hero, which he was. He is.
Yeah.
But it took him the wokies existing in order for them to realize that, oh, actually we almost sunk this ourselves, guys. I hope no one remembers. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah.
So it's great that they're the big champions of freedom now, but they will turn because they always do.
All right, let's talk about our last topic of tonight. Thank you everyone that's been hanging out on Rumble, on YouTube, and on X. If you guys haven't already done so, like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. I really appreciate it. But yes, I feel Ogami here. The censorship agenda switch sides 100%.
Yeah, it's not satanic. It's now problematic.
Yeah, they wanted to ban Pokemon. Yep, that's true.
It's not perverted. It's sexist. They just changed the words. It's all heresy. It's all heresy talk. It's all cultism. It's the same shit.
All right, this comes to us from Dexerto. You love him. You want to see him in jail. Johnny Somali facing mandatory prison sentence as new charge emerges. Yeah. So, Ogami, have you been following the Johnny Somali stuff?
I'm just surprised he's not in jail already. It's just it's just something that has to happen.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've seen the comments for saying, sorry guys, I'm running out of titles for our videos for Johnny Somali. That's why I'm copying Nuxanor.
Yeah, you're saying, Johnny Somali is 310% fucked now.
Yeah. I don't. We've made so many of these. I don't know how to name them, so I just copied them.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Infamous streamer Johnny Somali has been hit with yet another criminal charge that carries mandatory prison time. A legal expert says Johnny Somali, real name Ramzi Khalid Ismail, has been hit with a number of criminal charges since the South Korean government first got involved in November of 2024 during his stay in the country. The streamer was charged with obstruction of business after causing chaos at a 7-Eleven convenience store during a broadcast, along with 2 counts of Minor Crimes Act for using a dead fish to disturb passengers on a bus and twerking on a subway. In addition to yet another possible obstruction of business charge, a legal expert who's been following Somali's journey in South Korea courts says that there's even more trouble coming his way, and the punishment could carry mandatory time in prison. Ooh, I'm loving it, man. Could be facing up to 7 years for deep fake AIs.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's
shouldn't have done it.
That's just one of the charges.
A Seoul-based lawyer known as Legal Mindset. Shout out Andrew. Shout out Legal Mindset for covering this. The boy is based. I'd love to have him on the show, but he's been super fucking busy as of late. But let's see. Legal Mindset went live on March 27th, 2025 to explain a 5th charge that says has been officially merged into his case. According to Legal Mindset, the charges carries mandatory prison time with no option of a fine, meaning he's almost guaranteed to get thrown behind bars.
He should have a choice: either go to prison in South Korea or be deported to North Korea.
I would say he probably would rather go to North Korea. He's probably he'll take his chances, right? He's gonna go over there and says, South Korea, no good. North Korea, good. Oh shit, man. In his stream, Legal Minds has stated that the charge Ismail faces is related to AI deepfakes he's made, which included one of Korean streamer Bong Bong, who he used to make it look like he was the influencer. Him and the influencer were kissing back in November of 2024. In a translated court document shown off on stream by Ismail himself, Legal Mindset revealed that the streamer has been charged with violation of the special act on the punishment, etc., of sexual violence crimes, false video material. This falls under a sex crime. Holy shit! It will no longer after Ramsey is legal of this, whether he is proved guilty by the court or whether he pleads guilty, you can safely say without being defamatory at all in any country that he is a he's a sex criminal. See, this is the AI right over here that was faked, and he broadcast it all online. So this is like crazy, right? See, this deepfake is sexual because Korean law French kissing is considered sexual. Okay, that's fucking crazy. I didn't know that. So that's why you don't see French kissing in K-dramas, all right?
Or when you do, it's a huge deal. Like
yeah, that's true.
They build up to it over the course of an entire season, and then when it finally happens, people fucking pop. They lose their mind.
Yeah. Holy shit, man. Regardless of the content, disturbing AI content without consent is illegal. But under Korean law, if you're French kissing, that's sexual. 18 and over. All right. That's not all. He's also explained that in South Korea, streaming such content for profit carries a prison sentence for no more than 7 years, as he also distributed the material using information and communication network like Discord and other platforms. Johnny Somali is receiving an aggravated sentence because he streamed it. The lawyer continued. He put it on Discord because he had to do it for content. Yeah, bro is going to jail. Oh man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But he's gonna come out after
9. The next trial is April 9.
That's soon. That's in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's in the article. I'm reading it right now. If you look down below his picture,
oh man,
it says April 9.
Let's see. Yeah, right here. Somali is currently awaiting a second court date on April 9 after claiming he wasn't aware of the second obstruction of business charge against him. And now there are yet another charge coming his way that could extend his stay in South Korea for years. However, he did plead guilty on his first obstruction of business, charged with 2 counts of minor crimes acts during a drunken appearance in court on March 7th. This is huge. We'll see what happens to him. But yeah, this definitely will set a huge precedence for nuisance streamers online. So how do you feel about this, Ogami?
Hey, man, it's fuck around to find out. We were talking a while back about gatekeeping. There needs to be a lot more of it. This is an example of gatekeeping. All right. If you don't want your society, which South Korea, just like Japan, just like China, just like Norway, Sweden, there's all these utopian places that the left in this country thinks are so great. They are 99.9% monoculture, 99.9% ethnic majority. If you want to keep it that way, if you like your culture, if you like the things you love, if you like the way things are, you don't let foreigners, and in this case, he's not a foreigner because he's black or Somali or whatever, he's American. So you don't let foreigners come in and start fucking up your shit. They're doing it right.
100% now.
And it's like, and there's an old adage that we don't hang horse thieves because they stole a horse. We hang horse thieves so that horses don't get stolen. It's a deterrence. They have to drop the hammer on this guy to dissuade any other stupid ass American Twitch streamer, millennial Gen Z bullshitter to come over and start causing havoc. Because if they don't, he'll just be the beginning. There's going to be more. Exactly. There's going to be more of them showing up. There's going to be girls showing up and doing a bunch of Borat type shit all over their country, and they don't want it. So you have to hit them hard. You have to show that there is consequence to your actions, and in order to keep other people from doing it. That's the one thing we're missing in this country is consequences. We're starting to get them, and people don't like it. But this is what has to happen, and this isn't like, oh well, what about his amendment rights? Like, well, actually, their VR rules or their AI rules and stuff. Okay, you might disagree that French kissing is overtly sexual. I can see why they would say that, but let's just look at it in American context. Would it be okay for someone to make an AI of your wife or your sister or your daughter or your niece having sex and then streaming it onto Discord?
Yep.
That is a violation. That is a violation of your own rights and everything. So when you violate someone else's rights, then you should be punished for it.
Yep.
And that is a libertarian mindset. The right to
Mhm.
swing your fist ends where the other person's nose begins. So you can flex your rights, but they have rights too. And if you don't respect them, then you need to be punished. So
And
this is just what he deserves, and he's gonna learn.
now, I do want to show like a sort of contrast between him and another streamer. IShowSpeed recently went to China because he wanted to be a Shaolin monk. So if you guys don't know who IShowSpeed is, he's one of the top streamers in the world right now, and he basically started young. Right over here, China hails U.S. YouTuber star IShowSpeed, who gets 10 million views in Beijing, Shanghai streams. Influencer is being praised. It has been seen praising the people who greeted him enthusiastically, clean streets and internet connectivity on the subway. This guy is sort of like, he is like pretty like loud and like, I wouldn't say he's obnoxious, but he's pretty chill compared to what's it called again? Johnny Somali. He doesn't do anything crazy. He doesn't hurt anyone. He doesn't cause trouble. And plus he's in China too. Out of everywhere.
And it sounds like he's not trying to cause trouble for the people there. He actually likes the people there.
Mhm.
He wants to be a Shaolin monk. He wants to embrace, Chinese martial arts. It's funny. Actually, I've seen there's a lot of African black people, because China has a lot of businesses in Africa now. So you have a lot of drift, and there's a lot of African black people who come to China for tourism and stuff. And some people just move there, and you should hear their Mandarin. Like, they speak as good a Mandarin as anyone around them. They're fully assimilated into the culture, and they're embraced. When you assimilate into your host culture and you respect the people and you like the people, they tend to get along with you really well.
Yeah.
So it's the lack of, in the West, and not just in America, but like especially the places like the UK, they're struggling because there's no assimilation. People come from other places and they don't learn the language, and they don't adopt the ways, and they don't respect the people, they don't respect the place, they don't respect the institution, and you end up with massive problems, massive crime spikes, massive brawls in the streets. But when you have, and with Johnny Somali, he goes to South Korea and completely disrespects everything about the place. When I went to Japan, I wouldn't dream of trying to disrespect the people that are there, right? But these guys do it for content. This guy, his content is the reverse. It's like, oh, let me show you how great China is. I'm going to learn Kung Fu. I'm going to talk to the people. And I'm going to learn Mandarin. And guess what? Because he's so enthusiastic about the people, about the culture, about everything, and he likes it there, they treat him well.
And he's like international. I would say he's like an international celebrity in terms of like YouTube wise. Like the fact, okay, you know that song, that the Sunshine Rainbow White Pony song, the Chinese song. I can't say it is because it's basically it's the one that basically he reacted to, and then a lot of people went like his video got viral. So they basically sang this song in front of him. Right? They sang the song in front of him. He got mad a little bit, but they're like, "Yo, man, I love you, man. I love you," because it's okay. I can't say that song, chat. Okay, because it basically sounds like the N. It basically sounds like the N word. Okay, I cannot say that word. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Zax. Thank you so much for the raid. Yo, shout out. But yes, I can't. It goes like 阳光彩虹小白马，滴滴答滴滴答, and then worship, and then the N word, right, over and over again, right? So, but the thing is, like, they sang that directly to his face. He just like, what are you saying? And then he's like, no, man, I love you, man. I love you. Can we take a picture? It's like, oh, like this guy is like super respectful. And the fact that he also went to the Philippines too to actually eat
he did.
Jollibee. And there were so many people on the streets just Like this guy is so respectful of other people's cultures. Completely 180 from Johnny Somali, right? This is the like if you're talking about like a model minority, like this one is one, and he's going to other countries and showing respect. Versus Johnny Somali, on the other hand, this motherfucker deserves time in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's not the N word though. I sang it on my own personal channel before. Okay,
because I know what word you're talking about. It's basically Chinese for
Is it or the, right?
Yeah.
Because the song is you're the da, right? So I can't say it because like the stream will get demonetized. For me, I don't care if this my own personal stream gets demonetized, right? But yeah,
Google Translate. Put in to Google Translate, you'll hear it.
Okay, hold on. So all right. Let me see. Go from English to Chinese. Chinese. Buy that one.
Okay. I know that. I know that one. Yeah, it's funny.
All right,
if you know, you know.
All right, here we go.
买那个
Okay, I can't say that. All right, the Google Translate can, but I won't.
Yeah,
okay,
that used to be a Facebook meme that I found really funny too.
But anyways, chat. Yeah, there's a right way to do something when visiting other countries, and there is a wrong way of doing it. And Johnny Somali gets what he fucking deserves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, but thank you so much for the rate. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, Google's a racist.
Is it someone you know, Phil?
It's actually pronounced Googer. Just so you know.
Google? Zach? No, I don't think I know who this is.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you so much for the rate. Thank you. Phil is okay talking about food though. Look, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. But yo, thank you so much, Zax, for the rate. Your shout out, Zax. If Grae or the mods, can you just post this link or something like that? But thank you so much for the rate. Thank you. See, I'm Christian. I don't have any problem with people holding religious beliefs. It's when people insist that others be forced to believe as they do. That's when I have a problem. 100%.
Yeah. And
100.
My thing since you've known me was always like, look, I just want people to be left alone. I want to be left alone. That's my politics. Yeah. My politics is just leave me alone. I leave you alone, and everyone will be fine. And then it's very depressing to realize after a while, especially during COVID, is like they won't leave me.
Yeah. Thanks, Lost Tales. Yeah.
Like they don't want to leave anyone alone. They refuse to leave people alone.
Yeah, I think that's sort of like the issue where sort of like the straw that broke the camel's back for me. Like for me, like I'm like what's going on? What's happening? Why are you guys trying to force me to do something when I just want to be left alone, right? And that's where I sort of like, you know what? I feel like I can't just stand idly by letting I can't just be left alone. I need to say something just because you guys are invading my space, man. You guys are saying a bunch of crazy ass shit where I don't agree with. Whatever you do in the privacy of your own home, whatever it is, just do it. I don't freaking care. But once you start shoving that shit down my throat, and if I don't say anything, silence is violence, that's when we're gonna have a problem. Yeah. And that's exactly it.
Yeah. And that's the other thing is that I'm old enough to remember when it was the religious right who wanted to ban everything. They wanted to force things into school. They wanted to force their ideology into school. They wanted everyone to believe like they did, speak like they speak. Don't dare criticize my God and my symbols and my words and my books. We're gonna police your speech. And then I grew up thinking that wow, religious extremism is just crazy. I think what the answer should be is no religion.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? We won that. We won that fight. The culture war was won. And then what happened? It turned out that what makes religious belief bad is not the belief itself. All they did was replace it. They replaced their God with DIE. They replaced with heresy with hate speech and problematic. They replaced all the same languages was replaced. It was the same cultism. And suddenly you had people, it went from, look, we're just gay people who want to get married and live our lives. It went from that to bake the cake.
Yeah.
It went from that to you will read this book with little boys giving fellatio in the shower in grade school, and if you don't read the book, then you are for censorship and you're trying to burn the book and you're trying to deny existence. It's like, wait a minute, wasn't the fight about you just live your life the way you want and leave everyone alone? We won. We won that. Why are you now pushing it and now you're becoming the bully? Like, oh, well, you don't, like in the UK, they're not celebrating Easter this year because they don't want to offend anyone.
That's retarded. What the fuck? Really?
You're gonna they just had a bunch of Muslims do a chant inside of like some castle that's never happened before in history, and that's fine. If you want to celebrate Ramadan and celebrate, oh, we have a Muslim community and they're celebrating Ramadan. Look how tolerant and look how welcoming we are. That's great. But now you're going to cancel Easter because you don't want to offend those same people? Well, wait a minute. That's not what they're doing in South Korea. South Korea is standing up for themselves and saying, no, we're South Korean and you're not. In Japan, they say we're Japanese and you're not. There's a way to behave while you're here. When in Rome, you do as the Romans do. And they will gatekeep, they will protect, and they should, because when you don't, well, you have other people from somewhere else who actually take pride in their own culture and their own history and their own narrative, and they will come to your country where you don't have pride in your own culture and your history and your narrative, and you're the liberal white woman apologetic about it. Oh, we were so terrible and everything we did was sinful. We have to take a knee and bow to you, oh wonderful foreigner. And then the foreigner comes in and is like, well, I like my culture and I like my language and I like my history, and I'm just going to do it here. And there's nothing you can do about it. And now all of a sudden, a third of the people in London don't even speak English. And half the signs are in Arabic. And now you don't get to celebrate Easter anymore. And if you, I just saw a stat in the UK, they haven't solved a single burglary in the last year. But they'll show up to your house at 2 a.m. because you put a post on Facebook that might be considered offensive.
Yeah.
That's where it goes if you don't gatekeep.
Yeah.
But you have to actually love where you're from in order to do that. And most of us in the West don't. And it's terrible. I think it's changing. I think the last election was really a big backlash.
Yeah.
Where people are like, we've had enough. We need to change. We actually have it really good here and we need to stand up for it, because if we don't, it's just going to be destroyed.
Yeah, let's see. Some American people are so dumb. They think that anything that sounds like the N-word in another language is the same. Is someone saying the N-word to them. Yeah, it's
I've actually been personally present when someone got triggered by that, and they actually,
what happened?
Well, it was
what happened?
We were in a Chinese cafe, and of course, in a Chinese cafe here in just over the hill is Roland Heights, so it's basically Little Taiwan. It's not officially Little Taiwan, but everyone there is Taiwanese, and so they're all speaking Mandarin. And of course, think about when you speak English and how many times you say or or the. Well, in Chinese, it's that word. And there was someone in the cafe from outside that area, black dude, and he was getting more and more pissed that he was hearing that word over and over again.
This one, chat, if you guys don't know, is this one.
Yeah.
So he's hearing that over and over again and getting more pissed. And then what happened was, here's another funny thing that relates to it. In Taiwan, watermelon juice is a very popular drink, especially in the summertime.
Watermelon juice is amazing.
Watermelon juice. You know what else they love in not just Taiwan, but China, Hong Kong? You know what's really popular over there?
Fried chicken.
American fried chicken.
Yep, KFC is fucking pops
KFC,
off. And
you go to Beijing, you will not find a McDonald's. You will find a KFC. And so the same dude is in this cafe and goes, well, what's good here? And it's summertime. So the waiter says watermelon juice and our chicken wings. And that was it. The guy just lost his shit. And it was like, and I'm watching this going, how fucking dense are you? This is that narcissism again. You think it's about you. Can you maybe consider that?
So chat. Sorry.
Nice.
So chat. If you guys don't know what this is Genshin Impact. Okay.
Yeah.
One of MiHoYo's, one of China's, like one of their most popular game that popped off during COVID. They have several collaborations with KFC, which is freaking crazy. Like and you can get like, exclusive skins and everything. But yeah, sorry.
American
go
fried
ahead.
chicken, American coffee, which they call Seattle style coffee because that's basically Starbucks. You won't find a Starbucks in Beijing, but you will find a million copycats. Tom Tom's is the one I saw most often, and they feature American coffee, mochas, frappuccinos, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so the point is the guy was getting upset because they were speaking a language and it sounded vaguely like the word he didn't like, and then it's watermelon fried chicken, and it's like how. At some point, when do you step outside of yourself and realize it isn't actually about you, and that maybe fried chicken is delicious to everyone, and maybe watermelon juice is delicious to everyone, and it's not about you.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And what do you want people to do? Not speak their language? Well, I think that word's offensive. It's like, okay,
Like,
they're not saying that. They're saying they're literally saying you know, it's not even the same word.
Did you watch Russell Peters?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
There's a skit that he does where he's like he goes to China, and then he was at a KFC, and for some reason the black guy found the KFC in China, and then so there's a black guy in there, and then this little girl comes in with his mom. He's like, "Mama, 我想要 and he kept the little girl keeps looking at the black guy. She keeps like so like it says the N-word, 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 N-word. Holy fuck, man! It's fucking crazy.
You gotta read the comment by Antonia 707.
Oh shit, man. What's this one right here? Project Eggroll. How are you? Oh, I have a good. Antonio 707. Oh shit, man. So, do you know what they call me and Flawed whenever we go on to side scrollers?
No, what?
Rush hour.
Oh, God. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh man, it was fucking crazy, man. It was the wildest shit. I was like, what's happening? They just called us us fucking Rush Hour. They called us Rush Hour 4.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. Let's see, a zombie box review. Shout out. Let's see, I live in the UK and I bloody will celebrate Easter. Yeah, man. Yeah, are the Muslim actually offended by Easter? Messed up? I don't think they are. I think the government is offended for them.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, remember when Count Dankula made his girlfriend's pug do the Hail Hitler salute as a joke? Remember that? And then he actually got in trouble. He was going to be arrested. He was facing like 2 years jail time. One of the things they needed to do, that the prosecution needed to do to put him in jail, was to actually go out and find Jewish people who were offended and would testify. And
it was fucking retarded, man.
It was easy for them to find Jewish people who were offended. They show them the video, and then Jewish people, oh, that's terrible. It's like, yeah, so do you want to come down to the courthouse? We're going to put this guy away for 2 years. And they were like, oh, no. It's a bad joke, isn't it? But that's not, I don't want to put. So the prosecution couldn't actually find Jewish people that were offended enough to put this guy in jail. And so the prosecution kind of failed to put him in jail. I have a feeling that's the same thing with the Muslim thing. I know there's plenty of Muslims over there that would be offended by Easter, but I think they're a minority. I think most of them just don't give a shit. And so it's the government, once again, being offended on their behalf. And of course, it's the person who made the announcement that they weren't celebrating Easter was LWW. So liberal white women, once again, messing us all up.
Yeah. We need more cultural understandings. Yeah. Like Korea, the word "you" is that word. So chat, I'm gonna pull it up again. If you don't know what word I'm talking, you don't know what I'm talking about.
We're all getting an education today.
Yeah. So my means by. That one.
Yeah.
Right. So that word actually means you in Korea. Okay. Oh shit, man. See, the media and academia have conditioned people to believe that everyone is oppressing them. Yep. Who is more oppressed? Hey, don't you feel oppressed? Don't you feel you're being, In the
early 2000s, we called it the Oppression Olympics.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
It became known as intersectionality, but we called it the progressive stack was another way we could do it.
See, it's sort of like, imagine, if you can't say, what is the British word for underwear? You can't say that. Right? You can't say that now, right? Because they're so fucking like people are so fucking offended, man.
What's the Cockney word for cigarette?
Yeah, right. And even Simpsons, right? It's like as a stick, we are very weak, but as a bundle of sticks, we form a mighty. It's like Ralph said. Was that Ralph? That the smartass in class said it, right? So but yeah, it's wild with all of these things that these words that people would just say, and like for me, it's okay for me to say zipperhead, chink, like all of those like racial slurs is because like, but in terms of actual like words coming from a different country, you have to like you got to sort of like understand. Hey, that doesn't like I'm not trying to say anything. All right, some people just get super offended. It's like, oh, what did this person say? How can you say that? Right? It's sort of like, can you say that? Can you if you're not a gay boy, can you say the gamer word? Probably not. Still, you probably still get demonetized, but Let's see. The most dangerous thing is to a ninja is a liberal ninja. I'm sorry, a white liberal. It's not liberal ninja, a white liberal.
Like, what's a liberal ninja? I was gonna ask you.
Oh shit!
I would think that's kind of redundant, actually. A liberal ninja. Huh?
Yeah. Let's see. Being Filipino, I find it weird when people call each other Pookie, or when a woman is called a Kiki. Yep. Yeah, and putani nang just basically that's whenever I go to a seafood city, that's all I hear. See, I think Count Dankula was actually convicted of a hate crime.
They couldn't put him in jail though. They just stole 800 pounds out of his bank account because that was the fine, and so they couldn't put him in jail because they couldn't find any Jewish people to be offended enough to testify to put him in jail, which is good on them. But then they still wanted to fine him, and so he refused to pay the fine. And if you don't pay the fine, you go to jail. But at this point, it becomes such a public PR black eye to them that instead of making him pay the fine or putting him in jail and then going through all this again, because he was going to stream it, he was going to stream all of this. When they come to arrest me to put me in jail for not paying the fine, then that I'm going to prove that this is a police state. They didn't want that, so they just went into his bank and stole the 800 pounds.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah,
you don't have rights in the UK. Unless you're not from the UK. If you're not from the UK, then you have all the rights, but only if you come over on a boat from France.
Yeah, and even like I was listening to Carl Benjamin. This is probably the last thing we're talking about. But Carl Benjamin, he was on Tim Pool this past Friday, and he said like a lot of stuff I'm saying now, if I said it back in UK, he'll get arrested. So it's just like like holy shit, man. It's like
what happened to the UK? Yeah, I wanted to. There was a time I wanted to go to the UK, but now. Not even just for a vacation, right? It's like, after hearing all the stories in EU recently, it's like, man, it's really scary. Yeah.
Well, it's in this country, in America, especially in academia, we're taught that it's first of all, academia is infested by Marxists, right? So they divide everything into two camps: there's the have and have-nots. There's the rich and the poor, and those are the two sides of the battle. But that's not actually the size of the battle. There's actually two actual, from the libertarian point of view, from the liberal point of view, the classical one, the two sides are those who want to be free and want you to be free, and those who don't. Yeah. That's it. So it doesn't actually matter if you're rich or poor. If you're rich and you want to be free and you want everyone else to be free, you're on one side. If you're rich and want to be free yourself, but you want to kind of control what everyone else does, then you're on the other side. And you're both rich. Same thing if you're poor. You could be a poor person and say, well, I just want to be left alone. I want everyone to be left alone. You're on one side. You could be a poor person that says, well, I want to be left alone and I want all that guy's stuff. I don't want him to be able to do whatever he wants. You're on the other side.
Yeah.
Now, they never bring those sides up. Because, well, again, academia is infested with Marxism, not libertarianism. They all read Marx. They don't read John Stuart Mill. They don't read Adam Smith. They don't read Thomas Sowell, unfortunately. So that's what we have. And you do that for 50 years, and now it just becomes common knowledge that, well, yes, it's about the rich. It's the super rich. That's why they're triggered about Elon Musk. They don't know what to do with him, really. Because here he is, the richest man on earth, and he wants you to be free.
Did you see that interview where it's like, so what do you feel about Elon Musk? And the black lady is like, oh, I think Elon Musk should go back where he came from. He's like, I was like Benny Johnson, right? It was like, South Africa. She goes, South Africa, gotta go. Oh shit, man. Grae, just pretend you don't speak English if you go to the UK. I went to I went to London.
Yeah, you've been to
Back in,
London, right?
yeah, I
But
went
that
to
was a
London,
long
and
time ago.
I went to London right before COVID happened, and I loved it. I loved all the Indian food. Oh, they
Yeah,
have really good,
I don't
they have
think
really
I
good
never
Indian
got to
food there.
try legit really good Indian food. People are saying Indian food's really good.
Yeah,
From what I from what
Indian
I
food
understand,
in London is really good.
yeah, because they're actually Pakistani and they're actually from India. Well, you know what's funny is that India is British.
Hmm.
India wouldn't exist if not for Britain. Like India was not a country when Britain showed up. Britain
Yeah.
created India, and they also created Pakistan. Interestingly enough, so that's why a lot of Indian people, when they like the upper class Indians, when they speak English, they actually sometimes speak with a British accent because that's where they learned it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll always get good food. What I understand, and listening to Carl and listening to other English YouTubers and stuff. I can't remember all their names right now, but I do listen to a couple. Dr. John Campbell is one I listen to. He talks about um, COVID and he goes over like the medical journals. Anyway, if you want to go to the UK, stay out of London, stay out of the big cities. If you go to the
Hmm.
countryside, that's where you get real London, or real England, or real Britain. So, in fact, there's one place called Somerset. That's where you want to go. That place looks like the Shire.
Ooh, I want to go.
Oh,
Pubs and everything. And yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg is their, or at least was their MP, and he's like famous for pushing back against. I mean, he's very, very English, very British. You know, very nice. Seems like a nice guy, but always was pushing back against all the the mandates, the lockdowns. He was a big proponent of Brexit. Unfortunately, they fucked Brexit up, but he was a big proponent of it. We should be able to rule ourselves, he said. We should be English. Takes pride in being English. And if you go to his home, I guess, district, Somerset, there's a reason why he's so protective of it. It's about
Yep.
gatekeeping. You have to gatekeep the things you love.
Yep. Let's see. People need to stop thinking about things as red team, blue team thing. Just talk to your neighbors and treat people with respect. Try to be positive force in the world. Yep. Oh man,
Partially.
that's true.
Problem is, some things are not forgivable, and you can be the peacenik all you want, but again, when you realize they will not leave you alone, they will keep coming. They will keep trying to take from you. They will keep trying to attack you. If they had their way, and we already saw what happened between 2000 and 2024, right? Or yeah, 2020 and 2024. That
Mhm.
4-year span, we saw everyone's true colors. Everybody is an authoritarian. They're just waiting for a trigger.
Yep.
And they will, and like, I don't know how many friends I don't have as friends anymore because I watch them lose their mind. I
Yeah.
watch them turn
Yeah.
into little
COVID. Yeah.
tyrants.
COVID fucked up their brain. Man.
No, I think it just revealed them. It
Mhm.
revealed that with the right condition, with the right amount of fear, they will say, "Screw your rights,
Screw your freedom.
screw your freedom,
Yep.
screw everything. You should be in a camp." That's how
Yeah.
quick and easy it happens. People look back in history like, how did it get to the point where the Nazis were putting people into camps? Well, it only took a cold. It took a cold, and all of a sudden, people were saying, "You need to go to camp."
Yep.
So that's
Right
how
there.
quick it happens. And so that's where the sides are, and you'll find out real fast that we're not equal. There's not an equal number of people that are like, I want you to have a choice in your life no matter what.
Yep.
There's way more people saying, I think you should live the way I say you should live. And if you don't, there should be consequences. There's way more of them. And what's funny is now that all the stuff about, talking about COVID, all that stuff's coming out. I love how they're all coming out and saying, look, it was a crazy time.
No.
We all
You
said
showed
things
your.
that we regret. We were all
You
kind of
showed your
crazy,
true
right?
colors. Nope. It's
We
over.
should just all forgive each other. We both said things we regret. We should all just forgive each other and move on. Let's just live in peace. Fuck off.
Nah, I just say you could suck my small dick. All right, I'm not living. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut that.
That's right, Antonius. Don't forgive. Don't forget.
Yep. Yeah. See, Gavin locked down California for 9 months. I'll never forget. Yep. Absolutely, man. He fucking went to French Laundry and shit like that. Fucking one of the most expensive restaurants.
Oh.
He was the reason why they shut down fucking Mel's fucking salon in San Francisco. And then you have a Nancy Pelosi going to one of the salons. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So.
Oh yeah, and no, that was a big sting. Oh yeah, and remember we just went over the Keep California Rolling initiative. All the Hollywood, the entertainment unions are desperate to stay. Just keep us working. We don't care if you have to pay us tax money. Remember during lockdowns, all the people who couldn't work. Guess who got the essential worker exception? Hollywood.
Yep. I remember that shit.
Hollywood is essential. So
essential.
Yeah, they get to keep working and making slop for you to consume while you're stuck at home.
Yeah, like Mulan.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Don't forgive them. Don't forget. Don't forget what they did. Do never give them the benefit that they lost that goodwill. So I understand wanting to be the peace nigga. Well, we should just get along with everybody. You can't.
Yeah.
You just can't. You can be civil. You can't just assume everyone's going to be an asshole when you meet them. But
no way, this is real.
but don't ever say that. Oh, it's we're all good. Let's just move on. No. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the next trigger. I'm waiting for all it's going to take. And we're seeing it now. We're seeing like Tesla dealerships going up in flames. We're seeing everyone lose their fucking shit. Yep. I think most people are done with it. I've had enough.
Yep. That's it for our show tonight, guys. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. If you haven't already done so, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. All right. Grae, what are you doing, man? What are you up to?
So I finished writing the Astro Chain video, so I'll do recording today for the rest of the day. Then I'll edit it on tomorrow. Then it should be live after the day after that. Then, according to the poll, I will be playing Venus Prism.
All right, because I can't play it. I can play it, or you can.
I'll be the one to review it. I'll be playing it and reviewing it. I have no idea what the gameplay mechanics, just the trailers.
It doesn't matter. Who cares about the gameplay, Grae? Nobody cares about the gameplay. All right, dead or alive, extreme beach volleyball, Venus Vacation Prism, or whatever it is.
Whatever.
And who cares? Who cares about the gameplay? All you care about the girls, all right? All right, Ogami, you're never gonna have an online presence, but what are you doing, man?
Well, if you want to come play, I haven't played Helldivers in a little bit, but if you want to come play it, I'll put my friend code up in the
But
comments.
we're fascists, though. If you play the game, we're brainwashed.
Yeah, that's one. Well, there was two things that drove me away, that made me take a break. One was the fact that the new jetpack kind of sucks, and then the other one was, apparently I'm a brainwashed fascist. We could talk about it another time if you want, but the fact is, like, the devs, just like every other creative industry, they don't actually like us.
Nope, they fucking hate us.
But that's okay. Look, our relationship is, if you create a game I like, I'm happy to buy it and play it. That's it. I don't have to like you. You don't have to like me. That's what freedom's all about, baby. We don't have to like each other. We can still
capitalism. Let's go.
No, do not use that word. That's a Marxist term.
No, I love capitalism.
Free marketeerism. There we go. I'm about free markets and free trade.
Yeah. Yo, Melodic Method, thank you. Mitchell Fields, Hollow Ninja, and Justin Martins, thank you guys for all the support tonight. Shout out to Zax, who rated us earlier. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the raid. And if you guys want to find me, you guys can follow us. We'll find me at my personal channel, Mr. Phillip Chen #2. I will probably continue playing the first Berserker Kazan. I've been really enjoying that game. I haven't played it in a bit though.
That's cool. I'll have to check out your play.
Yeah, it's super good. It's if you like, it is hard. It's a Souls like, so it is going to be sort of difficult. But yes, you guys can check me out on Mr. Phillip Chen #2. And if you guys want to check it out, if you guys don't know, I guess you would say, like, I'm sort of part of GNG now, so. Go ahead and check out GNG Play, Geeks and Gamers Play. There's a new video up talking about the whole Assassin's Creed stuff. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead and check out Geeks and Gamers Play. And you guys can follow us at Project Eggroll on Instagram and on X. And if you guys want to check us out on Rumble, be sure to check us out on Rumble. We will be back next week. No talks about the new Stellar Blade costumes. There hasn't been any new Stellar Blade costumes, right? I believe there's only I believe there's only like some poses that we saw that they're doing for DLCs. I believe. Did we just get another raid right now?
We got another raid.
You guys are late.
Man, you guys are yeah. But yo, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, man. Holy shit. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Yo, shout out to the raiders. Is Phil a part of gays and groomers? Oh shit, man.
I mean, that is G&G, right?
Yeah, that is true. But yes, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. We are just ending. Sorry about that. We will sort of redirect you to Yellow Flash. He's still on right now, so go ahead and check out Yellow Flash. But yes, you guys can check us out everywhere. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. And we will see you guys next Saturday. Cool. Take care. Thank you.
Bye, chat.